This is a special presentation of Victoria Generals Baseball.
The Texas Collegiate League continues to roll as we enter through mid-July, and with 12 game days left to go for your Victoria Generals, they continue to play at an unreal pace, winners of 5 in a row and 6 of their last 7, and take on the Seguin River Monsters once again for game 2 of a 4-game series, and the final game between these two here at Smokey Joe Williams Field in 2024 in the regular season. And of course, all the action we brought for you right here exclusively on TCL TV. Hello everyone and welcome back to the press box here at Smokey Joe Williams. My name is Max Zapreta, once again bringing you road baseball here from Seguin, Texas. And for the Victoria Generals, they have been playing unreal baseball on both sides of the ball and really have not had that many pitchers duels to really fight themselves through with how great their offense has been for a consistent point of this summer. But last night the offense wasn't the story, it was the pitching, and 3 great pitchers throughout the night, especially an incredible start from Kamar Dove, and then 3 solid outings. Trent Nickerson able to battle back even though he gave up what was then the game-tying run in the 7th inning. He was able to battle through back-to-back 7th and 8th shutout innings, and then Zach Ryan able to come in and shut the door in the 9th, and what was a 3-2 victory for Victoria, claiming, as I mentioned, their 5th consecutive victory. We'll be showing you, of course, the standings across the Texas Collegiate League in just a moment. But really a whole lot of storylines we want to tackle. We mentioned this on last night's broadcast, but if you were not able to possibly catch it, the big 4, really, of the Victoria Generals offense has really kind of been the story, and all 4 of which will be back in the lineup tonight. Of course, that's led by shortstop Anthony Avalos, who is arguably one of the headliners and one of the possible favorites for TCL MVP. In the month of July alone, he's 10 for 25 with 7 runs scored and 10 stolen bases. Damian Whitfield, the UTRG Vaquero, who is going to be transferring to UTRGV after this past season being at Cisco College. 8 walks and 5 stolen bases in the last 4 games alone for Whitfield. Travis Bragg, who had the night off last night, and the soon-to-be Texas State Bobcat, as you see with the logo behind him, obviously has been switching between right field and designated hitter for much of the night. He will be in right field tonight. 6 RBIs in his last 7 games, so a whole lot of offensive production. Bragg is once again bringing back into the lineup. And then, of course, the recently committed Austin P. Governor designated hitter Cameron Nickens, who with this month alone, 8 for 30 with 3 homers and 12 RBIs, of course, leading the league now in the home run category, just 1 ahead of Baton Rouge Rouge designated hitter Mason Ruiz. So a whole lot of depth at this top 4, and really that is really the starring point, and that's why they have been kind of known as the Big 4 for really much of this summer. And it really was kind of interesting to see which of those guys would really step up for your Victoria Generals as the offensive focal point, and these 4 have certainly exemplified that night in and night out. Let's take a look at tonight's starting pitchers, or a man on the bump, presented by Texas Roadhouse. And specifically tonight, the big story is the man on the left side of your screen. Yes, Braylon Owens, the 2023 TCL Pitcher of the Year and UTSA Roadrunner, is back, and he is back in a Victoria General uniform for a 3rd consecutive summer. Owens this past season at UTSA, 4-1 with a 4.99 ERA, his best collegiate season to date in 52 1/3 innings pitched, 50 hits, 23 walks, and 53 punch-outs for Owens. He is coming off of a summer, last summer, when he won TCL Pitcher of the Year, going undefeated, 5-0 with a 2.39 ERA, and also leading the TCL in strikeouts with 49. Owens obviously now going to be bringing what he says is reinvigorated confidence and trying to lead the Generals to a championship, which is something that Owens has yet to experience in each of his first 2 years in the TCL. Of course, in the title game 2 years ago, losing to Acadiana in 2022, and then, of course, last year, losing to these very Seguin River Monsters in the TCL semifinals. And on the other side, one of Owens' teammates at UTSA, Ryan Beard, will be back on the mound for the Seguin River Monsters. He's going to be a basically opener tonight, as both him and Cameron O'Bannon will be the 2 slated basically starters tonight for Seguin. But Ryan O'Beard will be the one to get things started. He's 0-3 this summer with a 3.85 ERA and 21 innings pitched, 19 hits, 12 walks, and 24 strikeouts. Coming off, though, his worst start of the season, as he was only able to get through 3 innings. He gave up 5 earned runs, 6 hits, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts this past Wednesday against Brazos Valley, so exactly 1 week ago today. Could be a possible Wednesday starter going forward for Seguin, so it will be very interesting to see at least if Beard can possibly bounce back from what was easily his most woeful start. The second time this summer that Beard has had an outing where he's given up at least 5 runs or more. So those are your 2 men on the bump, of course, tonight, presented by Texas Roadhouse. Obviously, the lineups for both sides, not necessarily a whole lot of changes for Victoria, just really slotting in guys who had the night off yesterday and back in. As for Seguin, a couple of newcomers as well being brought into this order that you may have not seen in the last time the Generals and River Monsters faced off prior to last night. And then, of course, obviously, many of their stakeholders will obviously be back in the lineup as well. We'll be talking about all of those in full length when we come back, but we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have starting lineups and first pitch on the other side. But as we go to break, like we always do every single night here on the Victoria Generals Broadcast Network, we're going to show you, of course, as we head to break, the standings across the Texas Collegiate League. Generals River Monsters is on the other side. here are the standings across the Texas Collegiate League as we enter this Wednesday. Victoria and Brazos Valley have clearly set themselves apart as the two dominant teams in the second half. 9-3 and 10-3, combined 19-6 in the second half, respectively, those two sides. Brazos Valley on a 7-game win streak, Victoria a 5-game win streak, and winners of 6 of their last 7. The Louisiana division as a whole has completely fallen off the map, but with that has made it a whole lot more chaotic with who is going to be that second team to face Lake Charles in the Louisiana division. But Victoria well on pace to possibly be in possession of the league's best record. But this is where we stand. Obviously, Seguin 11-24, 5-8 in the second half. Here is their starting lineup as we head into tonight. Obviously, we'll get to them in just a moment. You see the list right there. We'll go full and deep on that in a second, but here's the lineup for your Victoria Generals. That will be on tap. First, 25-10 overall, 9-3 in the second half is Victoria, and really not necessarily a whole lot of changes. We mentioned the top 4, the big 4, I should say, 1 through 4 in this lineup, but the interesting changes: Diego Diaz, Drew Schmidt, Mark Henning, and Dylan Flores returning to this starting lineup for the first time since he made his Generals debut back on July 9th. So he will be returning to the Generals order for the first time since then. He was dealing with a little bit of a shoulder injury, so he's now fully returned and back, making it 3 catchers deep, the Generals roster as of now. And then Connor Clark, who was a huge part of last night's contest, going to be once again in the outfield tonight and batting ninth. So Anthony Avalos is at the dish in the first pitch of tonight's ball game at 7:05 exactly, is on the outside corner, or on the inside half for strike one, and we are underway. Want to make a quick correction that on that lineup screen it said Kamar Dove. It's in fact, we mentioned, of course, Braylon Owens, who will be on the mound tonight for your Victoria Generals, the right-hander, the defending TCL pitcher of the year, returning to the red and blue uniform for the final 2+ weeks of the regular season and postseason. 0-2 is grounded over to the second base side. Orlando Samaniego, who's at second base tonight for Seguin, will be making the routine play, and it's 1 click out here in the first. Avalos now 1 for 6 in this Seguin series. A struggling series for him, to say the least, but he was able to extend his on-base streak to 31 games the night ago. So now Damian Whitfield returns to the dish. Whitfield, night ago, of course, the superstar center fielder. Last night going 1 for 4 with a run scored. That coming in the 7th, scoring Victoria's eventual winning run on the RBI single by Riley Bender. As that one's just low for ball 1. Inside below the knees to Whitfield. As we mentioned, Ryan Beard getting the start for Seguin, the UTSA Roadrunner. 0-3 on the summer as that one's fouled back. 1-1 the count here for Whitfield. Whitfield this summer, coming into tonight, a huge part of this Generals offense throughout this summer. We mentioned 8 walks and 5 stolen bases in his last 4 games. So that one's low for ball 2. Number 3 in the league is Whitfield in batting average at .338. Number 4 in runs scored at 25. Number 2 in walks with 31. And number 4 in stolen bases with 23. And still number 1 amongst active players in on-base percentage at .526 as that one's fouled back. Down the line, it will be strike 2, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Whitfield. 93 degrees, feels like 94. Very much a drier day, to say the least, here in the Guadalupe Valley. 2-2s on the outside, half ball 3. Big struggle for Beard in that 5-run outing on Wednesday against Brazos Valley was the walks and the inability to control the breaking ball against the Bombers offense, which since that doubleheader here in this ballpark have been on fire. The payoff. Fouled back to the screen. Of course, this series transitions to Riverside Stadium starting tomorrow. It'll be Thursday and Friday, the final time these two sides will face in the regular season. Could be the final time they face in all of 2024, depending on Seguin's playoff hopes. The payoff again. Upstairs, ball 4. So Whitfield doing what he does best. He came into the night second in the league in walks. He now walks for a 32nd time this summer. As Damian, with his near perfect plate discipline, is able to reach first base and reach 90 feet. Is now coming to the dish is Cameron Nickens. Nickens, who has had an incredible month of July, 8 for 30 in the month of July, with his league-leading 3 home runs all coming in the month of July. 2 on the road and 1 at Riverside Stadium. First pitch to Cameron is inside, nearly hits Cameron, but it goes all the way to the backstop. And with that, Damian Whitfield will just strut 90 feet with ease. And then to scoring position 1-0. Nickens on the season, number 12 in the league in batting average at .277. In 28 games, 16 runs scored, 28 hits, 3 doubles. Number 1 in home runs with 3, number 1 in triples with 3. 16 RBIs, 17 walks, 27 strikeouts, a stolen base. That stolen base coming a night ago. And number 1 in the league still in slugging percentage at .464. One's up and in, and once again from Beard, it's 2-0 now for Nickens. Whitfield sitting at second base, who was walked and then went to second on a wild pitch. Nickens taking his time. Seguin 13 games under 500 overall, 5-8 in the second half, 5.5 back, or 5 back, I should say, of the Brazos Valley Bombers in the second half standings. 2-0's a swing and a miss for strike 1, low fastball away. That Nickens bites at, it's 2-1. Travis Bragg, first appearance of this series, sits on deck. Generals wearing their road red uniforms, their road alternates with blue piping, and gray pants with blue piping. Whitfield running on the 2-1. There will be no throw, and Damian Whitfield has now stolen his 24th base of the summer, as he now continues to rise up the standings in that category, as that one was inside. 3 balls, 1 strike now to Nickens. And Whitfield now sits 90 feet away. The 3-1 from Beard. Outside ball 4, back-to-back free passes given up by the UTSA Roadrunner. And it looks like there may be a possible conversation between him and his backstop Chris Bernal Jr., who's behind the plate tonight for Seguin. And it looks like him and Beard will have a quick conversation here, as it will be runners at the corners with 1 away. The double play is in order to end the inning for Seguin. They had nearly 5 of those situations last night, but Victoria was able to take advantage of 2 of those situations to bring home runs. So it's Whitfield at third, Nickens at first for the dangerous Travis Bragg. Bragg coming into tonight with a TCL Player of the Week award back in June in his back pocket in 21 games, batting .333, 18 runs scored, 21 hits, 4 doubles, a triple, 12 runs driven in, 17 walks, and an OPS just above 9.17, which among active players is number 7 in the league. That one's upstairs and away, ball 1. 4 consecutive balls now for them by Beard. The 1 out. Fouled back. Bragg, of course, you remember, was a TCL All-Star and then went on vacation with his family to start the second half, so missed about 6 games. And then returned this past Saturday for the weekend series against Lake Charles. The 1-1. Line drive into left center. This could possibly split the gap, but Patrick McCullen's there to make the catch for round number 2. Whitfield will easily walk home on the sacrifice fly, and it's a 13th run driven in on the summer for the Texas State Bobcat Travis Bragg. It's 1-0 Victoria. Great job on the part of Bragg. Able to just take advantage and just get a ball in the air. He didn't have to do much, and he did just indeed what he needed to do. So Nickens remains at first, but Whitfield now comes across to score, as he now makes it his 26th run scored of the season. Bragg his 13th RBI, as that one's upstairs for ball 1 from Beard to Diego Diaz. Diaz, the freshman out of Fort Texas, a fellow UTSA Roadrunner along with Beard, so this is a Roadrunner matchup here at the plate. Beard on the left side of the rubber, the 1 out. Upstairs again, 2 balls, no strikes. Travis Bragg, once again, very situational. He's become much better at trying to be selfless at the plate and not selfish. It was a struggle for him early on this summer, but seems to have been heeding the words of head coach Michael Oros, as that one's fouled by Diaz. It's 2-1. Diaz this summer in 7 games, batting .217, 5-23, top 5 for 23, I should say. Two runs, a double, 4 runs driven in, 7 walks, 6 punchouts, and 5 stolen bags on the base pads for the American Athletic Conference all-freshman team member in Diaz, as he's now even 2-2. This past season at UTSA, in 28 games, batted .274 with 18 runs scored, 2 homers, and 17 RBIs, and carried an on-base percentage of .367. Native of the Rio Grande Valley is Diaz. That one's upstairs for ball 3, and easily stealing second base is Cameron Nickens. So he now collects his second stolen bag of this series and of the summer. That's the second of this inning for Victoria. Nickens getting unfound speed that we haven't really seen until this series. Able to get it right here, but a payoff pitch now awaits here for Diaz. Here comes from Beard. Foul just off the end of the bat, and Diaz narrowly stays alive. We'll do it again. Diaz is able to reach. Drew Schmidt sits on deck. Diaz, Schmidt, and Henning, who are now all in order, upcoming for Victoria. All 3 newcomers to the Generals lineup after last night, all of which getting the night off. Henning had 5 first base starts last week. Payoff pitch is a swing and a miss for strike 3. Diaz goes down, and Ryan Beard ends the frame with just some damage and not all. But he allows a run to come across on a sacrifice fly from Travis Bragg and 2 walks. We go bottom 1. Seguin's offense due up to face the defending TCL Pitcher of the Year, Braylon Owens, in his Generals return when we come back. Stay with us. Victoria Generals baseball exclusively on TCL TV, and it's time to once again take a look at the starting lineup that Braylon Owens will be facing in his Victoria Generals return. Here's the starting lineup for the Seguin River Monsters: 11-24, 5-8 in the second half. Dakota Howard, you may notice, wearing his original number finally, number 24 once again. And as you can see, Xavier Perez, Xavier Arias, back-to-back once again, the 2 Xaviers. Austin Strassner returns to this lineup in the cleanup spot, one of the few really stalwarts from that first half of the Seguin season in their offense back, and he's now been moving up in the lineup with the recent absences for Seguin. But then obviously another newcomer, designated hitter Adam Peavy out of Texas Lutheran University, going to be making his debut at designated hitter tonight. He'll be batting 7th in this order. And then, of course, Orlando Samaniego and Chris Bernal Jr., who is very much a recent stalwart, at least in this second half wave of signings for head coach Tony Perez, will be batting 9th tonight, and he's behind the dish for the River Monsters, catching Ryan Beard. But a very monumental moment as the TCL Pitcher of the Year from a season ago, Braylon Owens, returns in a red and blue uniform and will touch the rubber for the first time as he faces Dakota Howard. Howard, a TCL All-Star this past season, or this current summer, and 3 for 4 a night ago with 3 singles. Could not reach farther than second base, however, last night, as that one's on the outside corner for strike 1. Dylan Flores, as we mentioned, the man behind the dish, catching Owens tonight. The 0-1. Right down on that outside corner again for strike 2. Owens known for a fastball between 92 and 94 miles an hour. A slider breaking ball combo that he will alternate between time and time. He's been working on his breaking ball combinations at UTSA, and it's gotten better and better with each passing year. So that one's just low for ball one. Howard this summer, one of the true stars of this Seguin offense. Freshman out of Valstein, Texas, who redshirted at Oklahoma this past spring and coming in on a 6-game hitting streak. That one's just below the knees again, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This summer, 23 games, batting .242 is Howard with 22 hits, 11 runs, a triple, 6 RBIs, 15 walks, and 19 punch-outs. Also 16 stolen bags for Howard on the summer, leading this franchise. That's grounded over to the right side. There to make the play is the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw over to Henning at first. And a routine ground ball to begin Braylon Owens' return. 1 out here in the first. Owens' fastball looking good early. Through one batter, and now Patrick McClellan, another TCL All-Star, will now come back to the dish. McClellan, a night to go. For Seguin, 0 for 3 with a run scored. One of Seguin's 2 runs a night to go in their 3-2 loss. So that one's inside ball 1 from Owens. McClellan this summer in 35 games, batting .240, 29 hits, 23 runs scored, 4 doubles, a home run, 11 RBIs, 17 walks as well, as that one's upstairs for ball 2 from Owens. Coming off a great season at Palomar College, not far from his hometown of San Diego, McClellan. Did not play in 2023 as a freshman. 2-0 from Owens. Line drive to left, and nearly a great catch, but staying in front of his Avalos. Long throw to first, not in time, as Anthony nearly had a line drive play where he could have possibly caught the line drive from McClellan on the fly and nearly had a play at first base as well. But Avalos at least keeping the ball in front and not having McClellan advance multiple bases. What would have been possibly one that split the gap, but great defense by Avalos, even if it does result in an infield single. And I would most likely call it an infield single because of the simple fact that it was a line drive that Avalos had to really try to almost leap off and not have his feet on the ground for. And will be on in the form of McClellan with 1 away, with Ryder Hernandez now at the dish. That one's on the outside corner for strike 1 from Owens. Hernandez, a second-half signing for Tony Perez. Junior out of Cedar Park, currently a part of the Incarnate Word Cardinals after spending his first 2 seasons at Texas State. 9 games, batting .281, 9 for 32 this summer for Ryder. 1's upstairs, near his neck. It's 1-1. Hernandez with 4 runs scored, 4 runs driven in, 4 walks, 6 punch-outs at the plate. Owens working on that right side of the rubber, trying to get at least a formation here with Flores, who was kind of a third-string catcher for Victoria, the 1-1. Way outside, but it went a good job to stay in front as Dillon, 2-1. As we mentioned last night, this week is heavily important for Seguin. They want to have any chance of either winning the second half or possibly leaping over Brazos Valley in the overall record standings. Trying to sneak into the postseason, but those chances dim with each Victoria and Brazos Valley win. So that slider away. It's not chased on by Hernandez. It's 3-1. Flores will have a quick discussion here with McClellan sitting at first off the infield single. Having a quick discussion with Owens, trying to get him into some sort of rhythm here in the first. He's looked fairly good for the most part. His sliders haven't necessarily been the bait of the right-handed hitting Hernandez. And then, of course, the lefty hitting Austin Strassner sits on deck. Owens did have a better ERA this past season at UTSA against left-handed pitching. So it could be an upgrade for him or advantage when Strassner comes to the dish, as that's a high fly ball to left center. Going back on it is Connor Clark. He's near the warning track. He's at the wall. It's gone! Ryder Hernandez leaves the yard in left center. And the easiest ballpark to possibly leave the yard in the form of Smokey Joe Williams Field once again benefits the Seguin River Monsters. And Ryder Hernandez, in just his 10th game wearing the green and blue uniform, now seizes the lead against the TCL Pitcher of the Year from a year ago. And Braylon Owens, it's 2-1. My goodness. Fastball down and outside, and taking advantage of it completely was Hernandez. It was the perfect pitch, and nothing but contact on the part of Hernandez as he was able to get the bat out in front and launch one over that left center wall that Connor Clark could do nothing about, as that one's grounded over to the right side. And easily there to make the play against Austin Streisner is Drew Schmidt again as he collects his second defensive putout of the night. It's out number 2, but the score has now been flipped. Seguin now back up 1, and they now have their first lead of this 4-game series. Could do nothing more but tie last night's contest, but a big offensive boost off the bat of Hernandez. So now coming to the dish is Xavier Perez, the former Victoria General, and he will check swing and go around for strike 1. This has to be some kind of awkward reunion indeed for two men who were on that Generals roster a summer ago in Owens and Perez. Perez, the former Texas State Bobcat, now transferring to the University of Houston as that one's outside 1-1. Perez, of course, we mentioned a night ago, batted .317 for Victoria in 18 games, led the team in home runs with 3. 1-1 from Owens. Outside and low again, as Braylon's trying to test out that slider, but so far right-handed hitters not going after it. Trying to get out of the inning and just finish things off is Owens, the 2-1. Once again low, fastball away, 3-1. Perez last night in his Seguin River Monsters debut, 2 for 4 with a run scored. Both of his hits singles. Had the second run for Seguin as he came around to score in the 6th last night, as that one hits the outside half on the top half of the zone. And the payoff pitch now awaits here for Perez. If he reaches, Xavier Arias, the Seguin veteran from a summer ago, sits on deck. Payoff from Owens. Outside corner, no call from the home plate umpire, so that will be a walk 90 feet for Xavier Perez, and Perez wins the battle against Owens in the face-off of former Victoria of 2023 Victoria Generals. And he reaches on the payoff pitch, so his first inning does continue, and Xavier Arias will be the 6th hitter of this bottom of the 1st. Arias and a to go. Going 1 for 4 with a single in last night's 4th inning, as that one's just outside for ball 1, as Victoria General's dugout now starting to gain a temper with this strike zone tonight. Owens sent on that right. Owens sent on the right side of the rubber. First on the 1-0 is on the outside corner for strike 1. This summer for Arias in 14 games in his 2nd season in Seguin, batting .250. With 11 hits, 5 runs, 3 doubles, 4 RBIs, 4 stolen bases, 6 walks, 3 defensive errors. 5 for 12 in the month of July with 2 doubles and an RBI. 1-1. Outside half again, cold strike 2. And that outside corner really flipping so far, really on that outside half for the right-handed pitching Owens. Arias coming off a .294 season at Texas Lutheran, with 45 hits, 7 homers, and 36 runs driven in. Had a .289 season last summer here in Seguin, as he was one of the big 4 that helped the River Monsters offensively to a 2023 TCL title in just their 2nd season. Seguin now in their 3rd season of existence and trying not to finish in last place in the league like their expansion season in 2022. 2-2 from Owens. Fouled off the end of the bat and barely staying alive here is Arias. This is probably a well-known matchup as well from last year's 2023 campaign. Arias has taken advantage of Owens a couple of times, even homered off Owens in the TCL postseason a summer ago. In that game, in the game 2 of that series, Victoria ended up winning Game 2 of that series before losing the winner-take-all Game 3 at Riverside Stadium to Seguin. 2-2 again. Outside corner, did he get the call? Owens walked off the mound, but he's given the call that the home plate umpire said it was too low off that outside half. And it's another payoff pitch awaiting here from Owens. It's probably somewhere now in the mid-20s when it comes to the pitch count, you would imagine. So certainly higher than you would want to expect. Ryan Dugas currently at least stretching right now in the Generals bullpen, so we'll see how long Owens' leash is in his return. The payoff, runner goes, it's grounded over to the shortstop side. Avalos will just routinely throw it over to first, and that will end the inning. So a longer inning than Braylon Owens wanted, and obviously the stinger, of course, is that two-run home run off the bat of Ryder Hernandez. So Seguin now leads this 2-1 in their first lead of this four-game series. We'll be back for the second when we come back on TCL TV. The upcoming promotions at Riverside Stadium, a free ticket night on Friday, July 19th, 2 days from now, when Seguin's in town for the final game of the four-game set, presented by our friends at Atzenhofer, and Saturday, July 27th, next Saturday, the second to last game of the regular season at home, Strikeout Cancer Night, presented by our friends at Citizens Medical Center and TISD.net, as the Generals will be wearing special pink uniforms that will be auctioned off to fans in our third and final jersey auction giveaway of the summer. So it'll be 6, 7, 8 due up. Drew Schmidt leading things off for Victoria against Ryan Beard in his second inning of work. His first pitch is upstairs for ball one to Schmidt, the UT Tyler Patriot. The Lone Star College, the Lewisville, Texas native is Schmidt, the true freshman, as he's now heading the count, 2 balls, no strikes. This summer in 6 games, 5 for 16 is Schmidt at the plate with 5 runs scored and an RBI. Also 4 walks, a strikeout, and a stolen base. Schmidt, the right-hander, faces a 2-0, and that hits the outside corner for strike one from Beard. His past season at UT Tyler, batted .215 in 33 games, 23 starts, with 3 homers, 11 RBIs, and a slugging percentage around .430. 2 ones just below the knees, 3 balls, 1 strike. So it looks to be a similar strike zone, at least for both Beard and Owens so far. The 2 right-handers, both working on different sides of the rubber. The 3-1. Line to the left center. This could possibly drop in front of the center fielder Howard, but not able to drop enough for Schmidt as that one stayed in the air too long. And it's out number 1 on the line out to center. So now the first baseman, Mark Henning, now comes to the dish. Henning, well noted, of course, is the fact that he is also a UTSA Roadrunner, so another Roadrunner matchup. A whole lot of Roadrunners here on this field tonight as we sit just, of course, 35 minutes down the road from campus of the Roadrunners. So that one's upstairs for ball one. Henning this summer in 17 games, batting .213 with 10 hits, 10 runs, a home run, and 11 runs driven in. 6 for 13 to end the month of June was Henning. So that one's just to the knees for strike one. Of course, UTSA, one of the top listed group of 5 football programs right now as we speak, and certainly a contender to grab possibly that 5th conference championship spot in the upcoming college football playoff, which of course is going to be a 12-team playoff this year with the 5 top-ranked conference champions, the 4 winners of the Power 4 conferences, and then 1 group of 5 champion, which could very well be UTSA. As the 2-1's a swing and a miss fouled for strike 2. UTSA, of course, a 10-2 football season a summer ago. And baseball certainly putting up decent numbers in the American Athletic. Now becoming one of the more prominent members of that conference with, of course, teams like Houston and Central Florida dodging off to the Big 12. The 2-2. Upstairs, 3 balls, 2 strikes now coming from a payoff pitch from Beard. Trying to get at least that pitch count up with Dylan Flores now waiting on deck. That's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Second punch out of the night for Beard. And it looks like at least that fastball away game against left-handed hitters now seems to be working at least for now, and it's 2 quick outs here in the second. 2 punch outs in his last 3 batters face for Beard. Now Dylan Flores will be returning for just the 2nd time in a Generals uniform. The fellow Louisville, Texas native out of St. Edwards, not that far from here. The Hilltoppers, a junior college in San Antonio. Standing at 6'1", 215 is Flores, the junior, as that one's inside for strike 1 from Beard. In his 1 previous game for Victoria back on July 9th against Lake Charles, he was 0 for 1 with just a walk. If you may remember, that one's on the inside out for strike 2. That July 9th game was the game that only lasted 5 innings due to a lightning delay that ended up going an hour and a half, and called the game after 5 innings to the Victoria Generals with a apparent 1-0 victory. So that one's fouled back, remains 0-2 for Flores. At St. Edwards this past season, Flores batted .267 in 27 starts, 23 hits, 16 runs, 5 doubles, 4 homers, and 26 runs driven in, and a .465 slugging percentage. Upstairs, check swing on the part of Flores. There was no swing according to the bases umpire, and stays alive here, 1-2. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning is Beard as he now controls the lead. So that's grounded just foul down the left field line. We'll do it again. For the Seguin side, we mentioned they need wins. For Victoria, on the other hand, this is very much a trap series where you don't want to be taken advantage of by a team you may consider lesser to you. The 1-2. Line drive into right, but going after it is Xavier Perez. He's still going back, and that one will one-hop the wall. Rounding first and heading to second is Flores. There's no one touching second base. He will easily reach. A 2-out extra base hit for Dylan Flores in just his 2nd game in a Generals uniform as he returns for the first time in a little over a week and collects a 2-out double. The first hit in a Generals uniform for Dylan Flores, and couldn't come at a better time as the Generals look to respond here in the second and keep the inning alive. So now Connor Clark, who had his fingerprints all over last night's contest, now in left field tonight batting 9th. A night ago going 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. That's a swing and a miss at high cheese from Beard. It's 0-1. Clark overall this summer, the Sherman, Texas native, also out of UT Tyler in 7 games, batting .190, 4 for 21, with 5 runs scored, a double and RBI. That coming last night, 6 walks, 6 punch-outs, and 4 stolen backs. Once grounded, just foul. It's also a 3 stolen base night for Connor Clark. 3 stolen bags in one night, including stealing home for Victoria's 2nd run. 2nd time this summer that Victoria has stolen home. The other time coming for Damian Whitfield in late June. The 0-2 from Beard. Outside half could have been a close call, but no one bats an eye, at least behind the plate. So it'll be 1-2 here. A slight shift here on Clark from the Seguin defense. Orlando Samaniego very close to that second base bag. And a wide open hole on that right side of the infield for Clark. He's gone opposite field before. The 1-2, and that one hits Clark in the helmet. Connor Clark has been hit in the right side of the helmet. And head coach Michael Oros quickly checks in. Clark looks okay. But if that helmet was not on his head, we could have had very well a scary situation. But Clark reminding us all why you wear helmets in baseball. And it looks like he will easily walk 90 feet, no questions asked. My goodness. Not batting an eye, he flips the bat to the dugout, and now will give an opportunity for the dangerous Anthony Avalos as the order flips for Victoria. And you can see Clark on your screen. He's just quickly walking to first base, and Xavier Moore is like he's smiling. He's basically saying, yeah, I'm good. I'm glad I'm wearing a helmet for sure. But it will be runners at first and second now with 2 away in this inning, which looked to be bleak at first for Victoria. Now very much alive, and thank goodness Connor Clark is okay because of it. Avalos 0 for 1 already today with a ground out to begin this one. 1 for 6 in this series. Lined into right center, and that will drop for a base hit. Avalos 32 games on base, but Dylan Flores falls in the third base bag, and now we have possibly runners stuck, and Flores is tagged out at home plate to end the inning. My goodness, a disastrous situation as Anthony Avalos extends the on-base streak, but Dylan Flores slips at third base and is easily tagged out as there was nowhere else to go and is left stranded. My goodness, Victoria still trails 2-1. Braylon Owens coming for a second inning of work in what looked to be a positive inning for Victoria that falls flat at the last minute. We'll be right back. Victoria back here, actually, sorry, not for Victoria, here in Seguin for the bottom of the second inning. Victoria is still trailing 2-1 to the Seguin River Monsters. You see 3 more games left in this series before the side heads to Baton Rouge for to the end this week, and then, of course, 7 in a row for the final week of the regular season as we now head bottom 2. Victoria leaving 3 runners on in that top half of the second inning, and what looked like a chance to possibly drive in a run, but Dylan Flores falling down at third base and left stranded at home plate to be easily tagged out to end the inning. Be 7-8-9, bottom third of the order for Tony Perez's Seguin River Monsters due up, as it will be the debut of Adam Peavy for the first time tonight, for the first time this summer, as he takes strike 1 from Braylon Owens in his second inning of work. While Ryan Dugas continues to warm in the Generals bullpen, as that one's on the outside corner for strike 2. Peavy, the sophomore out of Houston, also out of Texas Lutheran. In 41 games, batted .333 for TLU, I should say, as that one is low and gets away from Flores. It's 1-2. Nobody on, so no pain, no foul. 41 games, batted .333 did Peavy at Texas Lutheran. 49 hits, 27 runs, 9 doubles, 2 triples, 5 home runs, and 37 driven in on a .524 slugging percentage. That one's low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Attended Memorial High, Peavy did, was offensive MVP. His first team all-district as a third baseman for Peavy. He's designated hitting tonight. So the 2-2's outside for ball 3. 0-2 to 3-2 now for Peavy. One point serving as vice president and president was his brother Michael Peavy. And they were both at Memorial High together, as that one is low below the knees, ball 4. So Braylon Owens thought he could take advantage of Adam Peavy early, but now throws 4 consecutive outside the zone. And it's a quick leadoff base runner here, bottom 2. Swings of momentum in this one early, and we're only bottom 2. And now Orlando Samaniego now returns to the dish. His first time back in the Seguin lineup since Sunday. Freshman of the UTRGV Vaqueros, El Paso native, as that one's fouled back for strike 1 here to Samaniego. Samaniego at second base tonight for Seguin. In 24 games, batting .211 this summer. 16 hits, 9 runs, 3 doubles, 8 RBIs, 4 stolen bases, 13 walks. He's number 3 in the league, though, in strikeouts at the dish, striking out 33 times. So that one is low for ball 1. He also, Samaniego, leads outfielders in the TCL this summer when it comes to errors. 6 defensive errors for Samaniego. He's played both in the outfield and infield. Very much a utility man for Tony Perez. It's the 1-1's a swing and a miss for strike 2. If you're just joining us here, bottom of the second inning, Max Cepeda bringing the Victorian Generals on the road to you here for the second game of this 4-game set. A 2-1 lead for Seguin. Victoria's 1 run coming off a sacrifice fly from Travis Bragg, and then a 2-run home run for Seguin off the bat of Ryder Hernandez, as that one's grounded up the middle. Anthony Avalos with a soft roller that bounces off the mound. Not able to corral the baseball, as that one will most likely be ruled as an infield single. Second time Avalos has been bitten up by difficult situations in the defensive shift, so no really any fault on the part of Avalos there, but it is now back-to-back singles on the part of, or back-to-back base runners, I should say. A walk and now a single from Peavy and Samaniego, respectively. And now Chris Bernal Jr. will now come and touch home plate for the first time tonight. The catcher for Seguin, the redshirt sophomore out of McAllen, Texas, and the Texas State Bobcat, standing at 5'10", 195. First pitch to Bernal. Grounded to that right side. Avalos is there. He will go to second for 1. On to first. Will be close. Double play. 6-4-3. Avalos quickly gets back on his feet defensively. And a big 6-4-3 double play. Seguin's dugout frustrated with the call. We'll see if head coach Tony Perez decides to make any decisions here. But regardless of that fact, Adam Peavy able to advance to third base regardless, but it is a big transition now, as now 2 outs are put on the board, and a big momentum shift for Victoria as we go back to the top of the order in Dakota Howard. The first pitch he sees is fouled down the left field line for strike 1. 6-4-3 double play, grounding in on the first pitch from Chris Bernal Jr. A massive momentum shift here for Owens, trying to get through this second inning. 0-1. Fouled back again, and he's a strike away. Sitting 90 feet away is Peavy, who walked to begin this second inning. Howard, only 6 runs driven in this summer in 23 games. Looking for a 7th right here to give Seguin insurance. The 0-2. Flying drive into left. This could be fair, but going after it is Connor Clark, and he'll just let it fall foul. And remaining aggressive is Howard at the dish as it's 0-2. Seguin back to their traditional new uniforms for this season in the dark green with navy blue on the sleeves and navy blue pinstripes. This is a new uniform for Seguin after their first 2 years only really wearing 2 traditional uniforms, as they got rid of their original pinstripe uniforms that were white and lime green pinstripes. Another foul ball from Howard, make that 3 in a row, and remains 0-2. Braylon Owens looking to get out of a jam where he allowed the first 2 runners to reach with nobody out. 0-2 again from the defending TCL pitcher of the year, just outside and away. Low fastball away. He was trying to nib that outside corner, but he had room to work with there, as he's now still ahead in the count 1-2. Victoria trailing 2-1 to the Seguin Vermonsters, who sit in last place across the league. 1-2 now. Outside corner again. Cold strike 3 for Owens. Big punch out to end the inning, and after allowing the first two runners to reach, he gets away with no damage. We go to the third. Still a 2-1 lead for the home side as we head to the third here on TCL TV. Stay with us. This is the current bracket of the season ended today. The Bombers firmly ensconced in that second semifinal spot with Seguin on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, Baton Rouge, on the other hand, they are holding on to a tightrope when it comes to that second semifinal spot. Both them and Acadiana are tied for the second half Louisiana lead at 5-8. Half game ahead of Lake Charles, who is 4-8 in the second half. But one loss by Baton Rouge and one Acadiana victory puts Acadiana in that second semifinal spot. So we are a long way from determining who's going to face the Gumbo Gators in the semifinals. We have at least a clear idea. It could be Bombers Generals. At least the great TCL rivalry could be renewed for 6 straight games, 4 to end the regular season, and then possibly 3 to start the playoffs to determine who represents the state of Texas in the TCL title game. 2, 3, 4, heart of the order do top 3, with Damian Whitfield leading things off as the first pitch he sees is upstairs. 4-1. Whitfield walking and scoring Victoria's only run already tonight. He also has a stolen base. 1-0 from Ryan Beard, who remains on the mound for Seguin, is just low. 2 balls, no strikes. Beard's fastball command has been an up-and-down roller coaster so far for much of the night. Trying to find some consistency here. So that one's outside again. 3 balls, no strikes. Interesting facts about Beard. Prior to UTSA, he was a unanimous all-district selection at high school. Worked 29 innings in the 2020 summer season at San Antonio's Reagan High School, which is where he went, as that one's at the knees for strike 1 to Whitfield. And a great senior season where he went 3-0 with a 0.93 ERA, allowing just 3 hits and 15 innings of relief work. Outside corner, strike 2. So 2 great seasons, or 3 great seasons in high school. A freshman campaign where he went 2-3 with 35 2/3. Then went very much up and down. His sophomore season was his field, might be rounding first, and he does. Will be a close play, but once again, Damian Whitfield gets bitten by the dirt of Smokey Joe Williams Field. And once again, the Victoria Generals don't get tag. He's safe at second base. Damian Whitfield is safe at second base. He is magical. He's proven it all summer long, and he does it again. An unbelievable effort of dodging as Victoria, which nearly was anticipating a second base running miscue, now has his leadoff double. What a play. Whitfield making it his 5th double of the summer and dodging around Orlando Samaniego. My goodness, put Damian Whitfield in some music video, because he's probably just as good of a dancer as he is a base runner. My goodness. And he's shaking his head. He's like, I don't believe it. I'm safe either. So Cameron Nickens now heads to the dish. We'll update things here on the scoreboard with Whitfield now sitting in second base to begin this third inning. My goodness. That one's on the outside corner, strike one. Nickens with a walk and then stealing second base back in the first. 1 is a high fly ball to right. Going after it is Xavier Perez. He's going to have to run into foul territory, and that will go foul. And Perez will lose his cap in the process, with Nickens now down 0-2. My goodness, Damian Whitfield looked like he was dead for man's rights between first and second after he fell down just beyond first base. Could be the second time tonight that a Generals player has fallen on the rough turf that is Smokey Joe Williams. He's proven it time and time again. This ballpark is so unique on the fact that it's a natural grass field and it eats up balls like nobody's business, resulting in some spectacular baseball and some unexpected thrills. As the 0-2's another fly ball down the right field line that will again leave the ballpark. Whitfield dodging Rolando Samaniego, who we thought was caught in a pickle, and was able to reach second base somehow, some way. The 0-2 from Beard, upstairs. Looking out for new balls as the home plate umpire. He'll get some. But Nickens with a great opportunity here. We mentioned his great month of July that he's had, 8 for 30 coming into tonight. But of course, those 3 home runs and now lead the league in the 12 runs driven in. To get a 13th RBI here if he comes through. Both the middle infielders playing close to second base. Whitfield running on the 1-2, a pickoff throw that will be behind third base, and Whitfield will come home. Will be a play, but no play by the left fielder McClellan. Whitfield now comes all the way around to score for a second time tonight. We're all tied at 2. An errant throw and an error made by the home plate side on the part of Chris Bernal Jr., the first error committed tonight. It remains a 1-2 count here for Nickens. I believe it remains a 1-2 count. Actually, it was a 1-2 count, so. But more importantly, we are now all squared at 2. And the base is now clear. And the 1-2 is once again driven high and foul down the right field line, and Nickens continuing to be late to the fastball from Beard. Now 4 foul balls in the same beat. So Whitfield will get credit for the stolen bag at third base, and then will come home on the E2. As that one's grounded up the middle and will get through for Nickens for a base hit. It's back-to-back base hits to begin this third inning. And now the go-ahead run for Victoria now resides on base in the form of Cameron Nickens. So just to recap, if you're joining us here, we're just joining us here in the top of the third inning. We're all squared at 2. Here it's out 3. As Cameron Nickens now sits at first base with nobody out. And Travis Bragg now 1 for 1 on the night with a sacrifice fly that drove in Victoria's first run. Now is back of the dish as that one's lined foul, leaving the ballpark for strike 1. Victoria's 2 runs coming on the sac fly from Bragg in the first, and then a running home on the part of an error by Damian Whitfield, who miraculously had a leadoff double, then stole third base and then came home on an errant throw by Chris Bernal Jr. behind the dish. Seguin's 2 runs coming in the bottom of the first as that one's low and outside for strike 2. Coming in the bottom of the first off a 2-run home run from Ryder Hernandez. The 4th home run of the summer for Seguin. 3 of the 4 coming here in this ballpark. The 0-2 to Bragg. Swing and a foul tip into the glove for strike 3. Big strike 1, or big out number 1 for Chris Bernal as he retires Bragg on 4 pitches. Or retires back on 3 pitches, I should say. It's 1 away. Second strikeout of the night, or third strikeout of the night for Ryan Beard. So Diego Diaz, who's already been punched out tonight by Beard, now comes to the dash. Mentioned already, Diaz now 5 for 24 this summer as he swings and misses at the outside half for strike one. More great fastballs thrown here by Beard. It looks like the fastball command appears to be getting better on that outside half. Michael Oros' squad batting very aggressively on this Wednesday night. Not a whole lot of balls taken, even from guys who normally would be more plate disciplined, as that one's upstairs for ball one. And that's more impediment of the fact that even though Ryan Beard is a tended walk pitcher, his strikeout to walk ratio coming into tonight this summer is around 2-1. So at least benefit on the fact that Beard is normally a power pitcher. As the 1-1 is on that outside half, but no call. 2 balls, 1 strike. Victoria has has had the lead once. That was back when they led 1-0. Seguin had the lead until this very inning with the run coming home to score in Whitfield as Diaz fouls this one back to the parking lot as well. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. We'll also give a scoring update across the league for you once we have the chance, as we do, of course, on every night here on the Victoria Generals Broadcast Network. 2-2 to Diaz. High fly ball to left. McClellan's there. His eyes are in the sun, but he'll make the catch for out number 2 with ease, as he'll barely have to move for out number 2, and staying at first base is Cameron Nickens here with 2 away. Now with Drew Schmidt coming up to the dish, who's over 1 with a line out to center. Scoring updates across the league. As we currently sit right now, Brazos Valley in full force, up 4-0 in the top of the 3rd inning against Baton Rouge as they look to make it 8 consecutive wins tonight. As that one is low for strike 1 at the knees. And then Lake Charles, a 2-1 lead currently in Acadiana. We mentioned last night they were still playing when we had concluded here in Seguin. And Acadiana would go on to win that one 3-2 in 12 innings of play. The first extra inning win of the season for Acadiana. And more importantly, a thrilling way to begin the summer, or a thrilling way for Acadiana to win that one, as they now go to 15-22, and as I mentioned, sit on the doorstep of overtaking Baton Rouge for that second semifinal spot. Beard looking to get out of this inning with only 1 run on the board. So that one now is low and will get away from Chris Bernal Jr. rounding second. And thinking about third base is Nickens, but he will stay at second base and be conservative. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Schmidt, but it's the second wild pitch of the night for Ryan Beard. The first wild pitch he allowed was back in the 1st, and it resulted in a run scoring. Schmidt trying to take advantage. Wide open hole in that right side of the infield. 1-2 is a swing and a miss for strike 3. Ryan Beard with 4 punch-outs through 3 innings of work. But we are all squared at 2 thanks to Damian Whitfield's unbelievable antics with a leadoff double, and then coming home on a stolen base of 3rd, and then rounding home on an errant throw from Chris Bernal Jr. We go bottom 3, all squared at 2 on TCL TV from Smokey Joe Williams. Seems to be the night of 2023 Victoria Generals, as we have seen already two, and a third is entering the game as the bottom of the third inning is now beginning, and Braylon Owens' night is done after just 2 innings and 2 runs, two innings and allowing 2 runs over those 2 innings of work. Ryan Dugas returns to the mound for just the 3rd time this summer. The southpaw back on the mound for your Victoria Generals. Of course, the Richmond, Texas native currently at Murray State University. Dugas in just 2 appearances, 3 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, 7 punch-outs. It's his first time back on the mound since Friday night against Baton Rouge. He only pitched once in the month of June. The Generals are 1-1 when he is on the mound. That a 4-1 loss to Brazos Valley on the road. It was a day-night doubleheader, game 1 of that doubleheader that Dugas pitched in, and then pitching in a road 7-6 victory Friday night this past Friday as Dugas is behind 1 ball, no strikes to the 2-hole hitter Patrick McClellan. He's facing the heart of the Seguin order to begin his outing as McClellan, Hernandez, and Streisner 2-3-4. 2 up. McClellan singled and scored on the 2-run home run. The hitter of that 2-run home run, Ryder Hernandez, sits on deck. 2-0 from Dugas. Grounded just foul. So Braylon Owens, in his 2 innings of work, was able to leave 1 runner on base, have the first 2 runners reach in that 2nd inning, but then able to benefit off of a 6-4-3 double play, and then struck out the leadoff man Dakota Howard to end the inning. So very much escaped a jam in that 2nd inning, but for Michael Oros, who of course was just trying to evaluate where Owens is right now, able to get at least some production and have his ball club sitting in a tie game, as that's a high fly ball to left center. Clark is there in the left center gap, and with his eyes to the sun will make the catch. No shades on for Clark. He's doing it with just the bare eyes as he's able to make the catch, though, regardless, for out number 1 here in the 3rd. So far here in the bottom of the 3rd, we currently sit with Victoria with 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 5 runners left on already through 3 innings. So that one's outside for ball 1 to Ryder Hernandez. Seguin, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. Hernandez producing the 2-run home run back in the 1st, launching one over that left center wall beyond the head of Connor Clark. For Hernandez, no short sign, of course, with his home run ability, as he was able to just, that one's fouled for 1 ball and 1 strike. Hernandez only had 1 home run this past junior season at Incarnate Word. Had 5 home runs in his sophomore season at Texas State. And then didn't get much playing time his freshman year in San Marcos. So 5 career collegiate home runs for Hernandez. So this is technically his 6th if you count those stats, as that one's going foul as well down the right field line and will leave the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Ryder. Dugas, known for being a power pitcher, has been known for that for quite some time, is known for being very much kind of a comical person amongst the Victoria dugout, has built kind of a reputation for that, this being his 2nd summer in Victoria. 1-2 is outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last summer in Victoria, Dugas was 0-1 with a 2.38 ERA in 15 appearances through 22 2/3 innings, mostly of relief, 11 walks, 26 punch-outs. Had 2 innings of relief where he gave up 3 runs, 1 earned in Game 2 of the series, the playoff series against Seguin, that Victoria won. That's grounded up the middle, a long throw from the second baseman, Schmidt, as that one gets behind the first base bag and nearly gets into the dugout. Of course, if that were to have gotten into the dugout, it would have been an automatic extra base for Hernandez, but it will be a close play. I'm not necessarily sure where we're going to necessarily rule this, as obviously it was very close, but you can necessarily rule it either way. But it will be a runner at first here with 1 away on the part of Seguin, with Hernandez reaching base. And it will be reaching base on a single, yes. So an infield single on the part of Hernandez, the third infield single of the night. Probably a very unjustified call considering Schmidt had to come a long ways to make the play as that one's inside for ball one. Now to Austin Straisner, who was 0 for 1 with a ground out to the second base side. Hernandez now 2 for 2 on the night with the homer and single. Dugas on that far left side of the rubber, the one and only electric slider, but not able to break back into that inside half of the zone. It's 2-0. Murray State College this past summer in his sophomore year was 1-0 with a 10.45 ERA. Dugas in 10 1/3 innings pitched, 13 hits, 14 runs, 12 earned runs, 12 walks, 10 punch-outs. So a struggling sophomore season to say the least for Dugas as he's now behind 3 balls, no strikes. Now living in Houston, was originally the native of Tishomingo, Oklahoma, 50 miles north of the Oklahoma-Texas border. 3-0 from Dugas, right down Main Street for strike one. Seguin clearly on this Wednesday night trying to at least offensively hit with a much more conservative tone, try to hit it where they ain't and place more situational baseball, which they've done so brilliantly for the most part, as that one's fouled back. And a payoff pitch now waits here to Straisner. Straisner, currently a Baylor Bear, coming off of a redshirt year for Straisner, as he's basically a redshirt junior. Spent his first 2 seasons, spent his first season though in 22 at Texas A&M, as that one's a cold strike 3 on that inside half. Great fastball from the part of Dugas, and a big out number 2 for the victorious Southpaw. So Xavier Perez, the former Victoria General, once again will face a former teammate of his in the form of Dugas. He's now had to face 2 of his former teammates tonight. Walked against Braylon Owens back in the first, and now we'll face Dugas here as that breaking ball hits the inside half of the knees for strike 1 against Perez. Still sitting at first base is Ryder Hernandez. 4th hit of the night for Seguin, 2 of which belonging to him. Southpaw Dugas deals. Line drive under right. Going after it is Travis Bragg, but that one will go way foul. Bragg had no shot to get it regardless, is now sitting a strike away from ending this 3rd inning as Dugas. Xavier Arias, 2023 Seguin River Monster, who also has had success against Dugas in this TCL, sits on deck. The 0-2. Fouled back to the parking lot once again, and we remain 0-2 here. Mentioned already, narrow leads for Lake Charles and a commanding, at least for now, lead for Brazos Valley as they're up 4-0, nearly a third of the way through that contest. So the Bombers in general is trying to pull off continuing great starts as Victoria looks for a 10th second half victory tonight. The 0-2 is outside. Great job staying in front of it is Dylan Flores behind the dish. Victoria, as we mentioned, 9-3 in the second half so far. Brazos Valley 10-3. Bombers on a 7-game win streak. Victoria 5 in a row and 6 in their last 7 going in their favor. 1-2 is now running, and now caught in between a pickle is Ryder Hernandez. Can he implement a similar strategy? And no, he will not escape the tag, as making the tag is Mark Henning on the backside of the back of Hernandez to end the inning. So a 2nd straight night where Seguin falls short of the pickoff victim, and now it looks like a Seguin coach will be, at least on the third base side, will be arguing here. And Tony Perez also comes out of the dugout. So we'll see if there's any possible arguments here, as now both umpires are now having a conversation. Henning says he made the tag on the backside of Hernandez as he was escaping back. And now head coach Michael Loros looks like he's going to have a conversation, and he's safe. Overturning on the part of the home plate umpiring crew, as now Michael Loros is now heated and now coming out of the Victoria dugout. Oros very clearly says that he saw Mark Henning make the tag, Oros in his 11th season on the Victoria bench. He has always advocated for his side when calls have not gone his way. And he is now heated. If he is safe, it would remain a 1-2 count for Xavier Perez, but Oros is still having a fierce conversation right now with his umpiring crew, as the Victoria defense has to now all come back onto the field, and Ryan Dugas going back to the mound shaking his head. Oros can't believe it, and neither can Mark Henning, who is the last person on this defense to come back on the field. He says he made the tag. He's trying to argue it with both him and Hernandez. Hernandez is just smiling because he knows he's just benefiting from it regardless. And Oros going to get his money's worth. He won't be ejected from this ball game yet. He might have possibly harsher words with his umpiring crew if he has another call not go his way. He's certainly probably been given a warning by this umpiring crew already. But regardless of that fact, it is 1-2. There are 2 outs still on the board. And remaining at first base is Hernandez, who was caught in a pickoff deal that resulted in a simple just returning to first base. Dugas a strike away from ending the inning anyway. And another pickoff throw to Hernandez, and he's clearly now in the head. Dugas is now clearly thinking about first base. In the back of his mind, the biggest focus, though, is that he's a strike away from ending this inning. Another pickoff throw. The Seguin crowd now getting in Dugas' head. These are 2 teammates from last year's Victoria Generals side who used to be great friends and most likely still are, but now on opposite sides tonight. 1-2. Foul just back to the screen. Perez, we mentioned, in 18 games in Victoria last summer, was .317 as a batter. Had 3 home runs, which led Victoria, and was tied for second in the league in the category with only Brazos Valley's Simon Larinaga, who, of course, is at McNeese State right now, the only one who led the league in the category. 1-2 from Dugas. High fly ball again foul. Fastball just being late so far as Perez to his former teammate southpaw fastball. Moses Molina, assistant coach for Seguin, giving new baseballs to the home plate umpire. Dugas' pitch count continuing to raise high here in this 3rd inning, in which he thought he nearly had the end of an inning in what could have been a 2nd straight night that Seguin had a pickoff not go their way. But Hernandez stayed alive regardless. 1-2 again. High fly ball again foul. Slider once again turned away by Perez, and he's shaking his head in confusion. He's just like, why can't I get on top of this guy? I should know this guy very well, considering we were teammates a summer ago. Perez, we mentioned, transferring to the University of Houston after 2 seasons in San Marcos with the Bobcats of Texas State. Still at Murray State College is Dugas. Another 1-2. Way outside, losing control of the slider was Dugas, even count. Taking his time. Murray State southpaw, and another pickoff throw to first. Trying to find the right pitch. This is a man who is just, in Dugas, making his 2nd appearance in a week after only making 1 appearance all of June, but has been on this roster since the beginning of the season. The 2-2. Foul back again. A battle between two Victoria Generals from a season ago. Nearly 9 pitches in this AB alone. Dugas taking his time, trying to get the signal from backstop Dylan Flores. The 2-2. High fly ball to right. This looks like it will go foul, and it will reach out of the, or it will be out of the reach of the first baseman, Mark Henning. And both Travis Bragg, the right fielder, who were both after it, but that one's deep against the green wall on the right field line. That makes it now 6 foul balls in this AB in total for Perez, and it remains 2-2. Xavier Arias has been sitting on deck for quite some time. And he could be still shown back to his dugout if Dugas can come through. Another 2-2. High fly ball to right center. Going after it is Bragg. He's near the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Second home run of the night for Seguin. And it's off the bat of Xavier Perez as he leaves the yard against the former Victoria General. Takes advantage of his old team. And leaving the yard for the fourth time in his TCL career. It is now 4-2 River Monsters. What a moment for Xavier Perez. And this Seguin crowd loves it. With 2 balls and 2 strikes and a 9-pitch AB, the second home run of the night for the Stars. And I mean, you can't reiterate the storylines enough. These are 2 guys who were teammates a summer ago. Perez, who led the Generals in home runs, now has a bomb in this series against his former side and against a former teammate of his. Now comes Xavier Arias. Now Michael Oros is probably furious after what could have been a solo home run simply, or actually no, what could have been the end of the top of the 3rd inning entirely. Now has resulted, as that one's a high fly ball to center. Whitfield is there, but it actually will be shallow right center, and they're going to make the catch is Drew Schmidt to end the bottom of the 3rd. So Ryan Dugas thought he could have gotten out of his way and been able to finish and shut the door for Victoria in the bottom 3rd of half. But a 2-run home run from the former General Xavier Perez ends the 3rd. We go to the 4th. We're a 1/3 of the way home. Seguin up by 2, 4-2. Offense will have to get back to work when we come back. Back here in Seguin. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We had a frozen camera for a second near the end of the inning. But Xavier Perez was able to launch one over the right center fence for the second home run of the night for the River Monsters. All 4 of their runs coming off the long ball. A 2-run home run from Rainer Hernandez in the 1st, and Xavier Perez, the former Victoria General, homering off his former team and his former teammate Ryan Dugas. As we now go to the 4th inning, Mark Henning, Dylan Flores, Connor Clark, 7, 8, 9 due up against Ryan Beard in his 4th inning of work for the Stars. As it will be a swing and a miss for strike 1 for Henning, who so far tonight is 0 for 1 with a strikeout against Beard. So that one's inside for ball 1. Cannot overstate enough how rare it is in this league for someone to play 2 different summers with 2 different teams, join this late into a summer, and homer against not only his former team, but a teammate of his. Considering how much roster turnover there is year after year in this league. But Xavier Perez able to take advantage of the moment in a 9-pitch at-bat. So that one's fouled off by Henning again. He still remains down the count 0-2, or 1-2, I should say. So 2 runs off 2 hits in that 3rd inning. Second time that's happened tonight for Seguin. As after Victoria came back and bounced back with a run of their own to tie it in the top half of the third. Seguin responding quickly with 2 outs off the pad of Xavier Perez, launching one to right center on a fastball away. Both home runs that were driven out of the yard, fastballs away of the zone. On the right side of the zone, I should say, from Owens and Ryan Dugas. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Henning. Beard still working on that left side of the rubber. 2-2. Driven in the left, and that will get into left field for a base hit. Leadoff base runner for Victoria, as they now will have the tying runner coming to the plate. And a much-needed opportunity here is, looks like a bad at-bat for Henning as he was down early in the count, able to take advantage and wait for his pitch to get a leadoff base runner. So now Dylan Flores will now come back to the dish. The man behind the plate for Victoria tonight, who already has a double and was tagged out at the plate after he tripped at third base. Would have been an easy opportunity for him to come home. What could possibly be a 1-run game now, but fell at third base and then was innocently tagged out at home. So that one's on the bottom of the zone on that outside half for strike 1, 1-1. The big story, though, is going to be Ryder Hernandez dodging the tag at first base from Mark Henning. Able to have the second time now tonight where a base runner has dodged a pickoff disaster, as that one gets away from Chris Bernal Jr. And now advancing 90 feet now is Mark Henning. That's the second time tonight. Or the third time tonight, I should say. Now Victoria has benefited off of a wild pitch by Ryan Beard. As Henning, single the lead off his fourth, now sits at second base. If he comes around, it will be a 1-run game for Victoria. Flores looking to come through once again, like he did with 2 outs back in the second with that extra base hit. 2-1's low again, 3-1. But that's going to be the story. As I mentioned, the 2 plays that resulted in, could have been pickoff disasters for both sides, ended up going in incredibly positive ways. It now has us at the pickoff, or now has us in the scoreline we stand now. So the 3-1 is on that outside corner for strike 2. If Damian Whitfield is out at second base, or if Ryder Hernandez is out at first base, this ball game has a very different scoreline, because both of those runners were able to come around and score. The payoff. Check swing. Flores, it appears like he went around, but losing control of it. The home plate, once again, is Chris Bernal Jr. not able to keep balls in front of him so far. But now advancing 90 feet again is Mark Henning. But he now advances on the ball 4, so it is a walk here given up by Beard. And Tony Perez now looks like he may be possibly pulling the plug on Chris Beard after 3+ innings of work. As Mark Henning has now advanced to second and third on 2 wild pitches. And Beard, who was originally intended to be a somewhat opener tonight with Cameron O'Bannon in his second Seguin appearance possibly incoming, as they were both listed under making appearances tonight by head coach Tony Perez. But Perez, after a conversation here with Beard, is going to keep him in this ball game with the tying runs sitting on base, the tying run on first base in the form of Dylan Flores. And now the dangerous Connor Clark, the 9-hole hitter, now coming in as just been given a signal here. The left-hander is currently warming in the bullpen right now. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is that one's a called strike 1. If Cameron O'Bannon was going to come into this game, it wouldn't be a left-hander throwing, so Cameron O'Bannon may be coming in later in this game, possibly. It appears that he is not the one throwing in the bullpen right now. With the 0-1's outside, 1-1 here to Connor Clark. Clark tonight reached base back in the second on a hit by pitch that nailed him right in the helmet. After a great successful night on just a night ago, going 1 for 3 with an RBI and run scored. That one's upstairs, 2 balls and a strike to Clark. If he reaches base for a possible bases loaded situation, remind you there's still nobody out. A double play would most likely still bring a run home for Victoria if that is the worst case scenario. And of course, the top of the order sits on deck in the form of Anthony Avalos. 2-1 is fouled back again, and it's now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sitting at third is Mark Henning, who's singled and advanced to second and third on 2 wild pitches. Dylan Flores walked. He sits at first base, representing the tying run. Clark looking for a second straight RBI night. 2-2 is fouled to the screen. And Ryan Beard has been doing at least a pretty great job when it comes to the tossing up the pitching command and going differently when it comes to his sequencing. His fastball has at least been a roller coaster, but his breaking balls he's been alternating, so he hasn't necessarily been trying to hammer them in. As that one's driven up into center field, could be a play for Dakota Howard, but he can't make it, and it goes all the way to the wall. Henning now comes around to score. Flores is on his way to third. He is being given the stop sign, but now being stuck at center is Clark. There's no one at second base, and he will be innocently tagged for out number 1. So Clark is out for out number 1. The tying run now sits at third base, and Henning now comes to score on a double on the port of Connor Clark. A second straight night with an RBI for the UT Tyler Patriot. It is now 4-3. And Howard lost control of the baseball. He thought it was going to be more to his left, but it ended up being farther to his right than anticipated. But there is now 1 out on the board on the form of the tag by Clark. Clark was able to touch second base. So it will be a double by Clark where he was tagged down on the fielder's choice for out number 1, as it was a play made by the shortstop Austin Streisner, as Howard was able to get it in all the way from the wall, as that one went all the way back to the wall. But Flores now sits at third base, advancing from first to third. And now a 1-1 count here for Anthony Avalos on a wide, could have possibly been ticky-tacky call, but Ryan Beard gets the benefit of the doubt. 1-1. Infield in, I should also mention, as that one's on the outside half, strike 2. Avalos already 1 for 2 on the night with a single. Could have already driven in a run tonight if it wasn't for Dylan Flores' antics with falling at third base. But has a chance to redeem himself right here, as that one's low. Could have possibly gotten past Chris Bernal Jr., but manages to stay in front. Damian Woodfield sits on deck as we sit atop the order. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Avalos. Beard working at a much faster pace with the infield in. 2-2. Outside corner, called strike 3. Big punch out here for Beard as he collects his 5th of the night and strikes out a member of the Big Four for Victoria for a big out number 2. So now Damian Woodfield will have the much-needed duty to try to drive in the game's tying run, which sits 90 feet away in the form of Dylan Flores. Outfield, or the infield now backs off. Corner infielder is still close to the grass. First pitch from Beard. Inside half, strike 1. That inside slider and fastball now working a whole lot better for Beard. We'll see if he relies on that against the left-handed hitting Woodfield. He usually has that kind of part of the strike zone as his wheelhouse. The 0-1. Fouled back, now down 2 strikes. And a strike away from getting out of the jam is Beard. Going a much longer than probably Tony Perez would have appeared tonight, but it would be a great outing for him if he's able to still hold on to this lead, which has now been cut in half by Victoria here in this inning. 0-2. Outside. Generals have already left 5 runners on tonight after leaving 10 runners on a night ago. Still leading the league in runners left on base are the Generals. 1-2. Fouled back to the screen again. Whitfield nearly staying alive. He shakes his head, thinking he may have Beard's number. 2 hits, a run scored already in this inning. Beard, who walked, or Flores, I should say, who walked, was able to reach third on the double by Clark before he was tagged down at second base innocently on the throw back in. 1-2 to Damien. High fly ball to center. Underneath it is Howard. He's still going back, but he's underneath the ball. He'll make the catch for a massive out number 3. Ryan Beard retires the side, lets one run come across the score, but leaves the tying run 90 feet away. We are through 3.5. We go bottom 4. Still a narrow lead for Seguin as we go bottom 4, 4-3. We're on the other side here on TCL TV. Stay with us. Here on TCL TV, Ryan Dugas back on the mound for a second inning of relief work. Coming in for general starter Braylon Owens. Of course, this is the standings currently as the TCL sits right now. For Baton Rouge and Acadiana, they are sitting basically in near deadlock to try to get that second semifinal spot. But for Brazos Valley, they sit perfectly comfortable thanks to a 7-game win streak they're on right now. They look for an 8th consecutive win tonight. More importantly, the River Monsters trying to end their 4-game losing skid against the best team in the TCL as they currently sit with a 1-run lead. And it'll be 7-8-9, bottom third of the order due up as Adam Peavy, the designated hitter, is back up as he flies this one to right. Going back on in is the right fielder Bragg, and he makes the catch over the shoulder, just a couple steps in front of the warning track. As Seguin, which has gotten all 4 of their runs tonight off the long ball, retiring Adam Peavy on a long screaming line drive to straightaway right. But a great defensive play made by Bragg. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 4th. Ryan Dugas with a much longer 3rd inning than he wanted. One where he could have possibly escaped with no damage, but due to a close call at first base on the part of Ryder Hernandez getting back to first, Xavier Perez, a former Victorian general from last season, able to launch his 4th home run of his TCL career. 3 last year with Victoria, and now 1 here with Seguin in just his 2nd game in a green and blue uniform. 0-1 the count here on Orlando Samaniego, who's 1 for 1 with a single tonight, back in the 2nd. That's upstairs for ball 1, even count. Scoring update across the league. Brazos Valley still in control, up 4-2, but Baton Rouge with back-to-back runs to get back into the ball game. So that's currently top 5 and a tie ball game. Once again, all squared at 2 between Lake Charles and Acadiana. That game's top 6. So we are right now the game that is lagging behind the other 2 across the TCL, but why not, considering all of the chaotic antics we've seen through these first 3.5 plus. 2-1. High fly ball to center. This could drop in front of Damian Woodfield, and it does. Now dropping in front is Orlando Samaniego. He's now reached base for the 2nd time tonight. He's 2 for 2 with 2 simple base knocks. Couldn't reach farther than second base back in the 2nd inning, so he'll look to do more with a 1-out base hit here in the 4th. And now the 9-hole hitter, Chris Bernard Jr., or Bernal Jr., I should say, out of Texas Lutheran, going to have an opportunity, or Texas State, I should say. Going to get a chance here. The right-shirt sophomore, Anna McAllen, who's already grounded into a double play tonight and has had 4 balls get behind him on the defensive side behind the dish. As Delano Flores is able to frame it up for strike 1 against the fellow backstop in Bernal. Double play would end the inning for Victoria. The sun now nearly fully sets here in the Guadalupe Valley. So we just passed the bottom of the hour here in the 8 o'clock window of the Central Time Zone. Is now down the count 0-2 is Bernal. Seguin coming into tonight 6-11 in their home ballpark. Victoria, the only team in the TCL with a double-digit win marker on the road. 10-7 away from Riverside Stadium. Michael Oros' squad, the 0-2. High fly ball popped up, but not going to be a possible play for Mark Henning. He could possibly drop it, but it's in foul territory. He'll make the catch on the pop-out play over the shoulder. And that is a simple out number 2 here, as Henning is able to retire the catcher. So now we go back to the top of the order, not top of the hour, top of the order. In the form of Dakota Howard, who is 0 for 2 on the night with a ground out and strikeout tonight. Howard, we mentioned, coming into tonight on a 6-game hit streak. In that span is 11 for his last 27, with 2 runs and 4 RBIs. A whole lot of times, though, during that 6-game hit streak, it appears he hasn't been able to be either driven home or hasn't been in a whole lot of run-producing situations. So that one's low, and a great job on the part of Dylan Flores to stay in front of that one between his legs. 1 ball, no strikes. He with 2 gone to Howard. Generals trying to maintain this 1-run deficit to send their lineup back out with 3-4-5 due up. In the top half of the 5th, Cam Nickens, Travis Bragg, Diego Diaz due up to face possibly Ryan Beard's 5th inning of work, or possibly a new man on the mound, as we saw a mound meeting in that 4th inning for Beard. Was only able to bring 1 run across the board. Running on the 1-0 is Samaniego. Will be a close play, and he is out at second base. Dylan Flores guns down Orlando Samaniego as he is retired at the second base bag on a caught stealing to end the 4th. We go to the 5th, nearly halfway home here in Smoky Joe, with the River Monsters still maintaining their 1-run lead. We'll be right back.
Gather around this table, boys. Bring no shame, I'll lose my voice. Screaming at the gods about the bad we've done. Merle said, Mama tried, but the prison still won. Your transgressions are mine as well. Anger rose in bones you could not tell. I'll find comfort in helping you. Lord, forgive us, my boys and men. We're having an all-night revival. Some cry women and some will steal a Bible. For save my survival. Baptize me in a bottle of bean for Johnny on the bottle.
Time for tonight's Did You Know, presented by Whataburger. UTSA right-hander Braylon Owens has spent all 3 seasons of his collegiate years in San Antonio and is now coming off his best season as a collegiate pitcher with a sub-5 ERA, 52 innings pitched, 52 and a third innings pitched, and 53 punch-outs. And in his first 2 years, of course, Owens has become a household name in the Victoria Crossroads region, winning TCL Pitcher of the Year, of course, in 2023 in his second season in a Generals uniform, thanks to a 5-0 record, 2.31 ERA, and led the league in strikeouts with 49. Owens, of course, out of this ball game already. He only threw 2 innings of work, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits, but leaving 2 Seguin monsters on base. We currently are now in the top half of the 5th, with Seguin up still by 1, 4-3. All 4 of Seguin's runs, if you're just joining us, coming off of the long ball. 2 2-run home runs from Ryder Hernandez and former Victoria General Xavier Perez. And Ryan Beard, after 4 innings of starting work, is now out of this ball game. Pearson Pollard, the TCL All-Star, now going to be stepping in for Seguin as their first reliever of the night, the southpaw. Pollard, the 5'10", 185 sophomore out of Oklahoma Christian, the Houston native out of Cyprus. Pollard so far 0-1 with an 11.57 ERA in 7 appearances and only 2 starts. 9 1/3 innings pitched for the TCL All-Star and Pollard. 7 hits, 15 strikeouts, 16 walks, 15 punch-outs, I should say, in that order. He's not faced the Generals so far this season. He's faced Baton Rouge 5 times of his 7 appearances, and is coming off of a shutout outing of relief in a 12-3 loss that Seguin had back this past Thursday out in Acadiana and Lafayette at Farbacher Field. This is his first time being back at, however, Smokey Joe Williams Field since the TCL All-Star game, in which he pitched an inning of hitless relief in a game that Team Texas lost. So Cam Nickens, Travis Bragg, Diego Diaz, 3-4-5 due up for Victoria here in the 5th. And it's first pitch swing and a miss for strike 1 against Nickens, who has reached base twice tonight on a walk, has a stolen base, and had a single back in the 3rd. Pollard working on that left center side of the rubber, the southpaw. The 0-1. Outside half, no call at the letters, 1 ball, 1 strike. Pollard did not have any stats in Oklahoma Christian. His hobbies include racing and coding until his eyes bleed. So, big business guy is Pearson Pollard. He says his life goal is he wants to start his own company at some point, as that one's on the outside half for called strike 2 from Pollard. He says why he chose Oklahoma Christian. He says it's a great place to learn and to play his dream sport. That's what he's been able to do. One, 2 again. Now back to the screen by Nickens. The count remains where it is. He allowed 13 runs, Pollard, in his first 3 outings with Seguin, but since then has significantly leveled off, even though he allowed 3 runs in the second game of the D-night doubleheader that the River Monsters and Bombers played at Edible Field, a series of doubleheaders that were supposed to take place here at Smokey Joe, but were called off due to poor field conditions here at Smokey Joe. That was on the first week of July play, as Nickens grounds this one to the shortstop side. Austin Streisner there to make the play, and should be a long throw, but able to make the tag on the first base bag is Xavier Arias. The throw was going to be wide by Streisner, so Arias had to step off the bag and do a nearly 360 spin to make the tag on Nickens, who fell to the ground. Nickens appears to be okay, but it's a simple 6-3 ground out nonetheless to begin this 5th inning. Nickens probably frustrated with himself with the fact that he was basically pushed to the ground nearly by Perez, or not by Arias, I should say, Xavier Arias, I should say. My apologies, sitting at first base. So now Travis Bragg, who is 0 for 1 on the night with a strikeout, but had a sacrifice fly that drove in Victoria's first run of the night back in the 1st. Now comes to the dish here with 1 away, as home plate umpire needs new baseballs. But certainly a compelling pitcher Pollard is, considering the fact that Seguin, obviously with their ballpark being the home side of the All-Star game, and Tony Perez being the manager of Team Texas, picking a decent amount of his bullpen guys to come along and jump on for the ride. Is a decent amount of pitchers for both Brazos Valley and Victoria who had successful first halves, either did not want to attend the All-Star game or were not going to even return to the franchise following the first half. So Seguin had to fill in at least 3 or 4 of their own guys to fill out the Team Texas bullpen, as that one's lined to left for a base hit, as Travis Bragg has another productive AB on this Wednesday night. He is now 1 for 2 with a sac fly RBI in his back pocket, and now reaches on a 1-out single here in the 5th. So Diego Diaz, who's 0 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and fly out, will come back to the dish. Diaz tonight, or Diaz, obviously, it's an up and down summer, but he's been more productive as of late. Had a great series against Lake Charles, especially that back half weekend series that happened this past weekend. First pitch to Diaz is outside, ball 1 to a UTSA Roadrunner. 5 UTSA Roadrunners on the field tonight, combined on both sides, which included both of tonight's starters, Braylon Owens and Ryan Beard. Pollard now facing the runner at first base, the southpaw, the 1-0. The side armor in Pollard throws one outside on the slider, 2 balls, no strikes. Victoria has had runners on in every single inning. They have been putting on the traffic, to say the least. They already have 6 hits tonight on their 3 runs, and have left 6 runners on as well, including the game's tying run back in the 4th with 2 away. So that one's on the outside corner for strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Diaz. Series, of course, between these 2 transitions to Riverside Stadium starting tomorrow night. We had 2 games set between the 2, with, of course, the free ticket night on Friday night to end the series, presented by Atzenhofer. And Travis Bragg was cut off first, but a pickoff throw will get Bragg back to first base from Pollard. Generals will then head to Baton Rouge to conclude this week play, and then, of course, we'll then head to Lake Charles to begin the gauntlet of 7 games in a row in 7 days to end the regular season, including 4 against the red-hot Brazos Valley Bombers. So that one is low and below the dirt. Going to be a close play at second base, but there to easily advance on the passed ball, it appears. So it will be a passed ball, it looks like, on the part of Chris Bernal. He was able to keep it in front, but lost control at the last minute. So Bragg will advance on the passed ball and be safe at second base. Was a close throw and a decent one on the part of Bernal. But Bragg now sits in scoring position here with 1 away. 3-1 is the count, I should say. Nearly erased the count for you guys. 3-1 remains the count here for Diaz. And that one is lined to left field and will just go foul. Just a little bit late to the fastball away from Pollard, and will be a payoff pitch now incoming for the Roadrunner. Just 30 minutes east of his home campus. Travis Bragg, of course, not going to be down the road far from here. He's going to be going to Texas State, of course, next spring, after 2 incredible offensive seasons at Vernon College, the junior college just south of the Red River. He'll be taking his talents to the baseball Sun Belt powerhouse in the Bobcats. The payoff, inside ball 4. So Pearson Pollard on a payoff pitch. Hands a free pass to Diego Diaz. He reaches base for the first time tonight. The double play back in order, though, for Seguin to possibly end the inning, if they can do so. But Drew Schmidt, who is 0 for 2 on the night as well, with a line out and punch out against Ryan Beard, will now face Pearson Pollard for the first time. Victoria's second baseman. Somewhat of a shift right here, it appears to be on Schmidt, as Lando Samaniego, the second baseman, close to the second base bag with Bragg at second base. Representing the tying run. First pitch is low below the knees, ball 1 to Schmidt. Go-ahead run sitting at first base in the form of Diaz. Schmidt, the Louisville, Texas native. 5 for 18 to begin the summer, and now 7 games played. 1-0 at the center of the rubber from Pollard. Inside as the slider that Pollard's trying to get on that inside part of the zone is going too far deep inside, as it's now a 2-0 count here. The UT Tyler second baseman and Schmidt. Mark Henning, who's 1 for 2 with the run scored, sits on deck. Middle to bottom half of this order for Victoria in the prime position. 2-0, runners are going. Going to be a close play at third base, but Bragg is there safely as he's able to stick the foot in at third base, the left foot. And it's a double steal instituted, as it is 3 balls and no strikes now for Schmidt. Tying and go-ahead runs now both sit in scoring position in the form of Bragg and Diaz. Diaz's 6th on base of the summer. Bragg his 7th, as that one is inside for ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Drew Schmidt. And now the bases are loaded. There is a play at any base. The double play situation, though, to end the inning is still in order for Seguin if they want to get out of this jam. But they are in a massive pickle here as it is back-to-back free passes now given up by the TCL All-Star and Pollard. So now here with the bases loaded and one away, going to be a prime opportunity here for Mark Henning. You may remember Mark Henning has done quite well in bases loaded situations in the past. He had a grand slam against the Seguin River Monsters back on June 21st. Was the first grand slam of the summer for Victoria. They've had two this season, the other one coming from Cameron Nickens. Bragg at third, Diaz at second, Schmidt at first. First pitch. Low on the outside corner, strike one. Great breaking ball there by Pollard. Struggling to hit the zone in each of his last 2 plate appearances, where batters faced in Diaz and Schmidt. Now sitting 90 feet away is Bragg and Diaz, who have now collected stolen bases in this inning. 0-1. Outside half, that nibs the corner for strike two. The slider that Pollard was trying to at least work on right-handed hitters and looks to be doing a much fairer job now against the opposite half-hitting side. And the left-handed hitting Henning, who is now down the count 0-2 and has not even moved his bat. Somewhat of a hole to the opposite field on the left side. Samaniego deep in the shift, 0-2. And that one hits Mark Henning on the right side of the hip, and we are tied at 4. Pearson Pollard with a game-tying hit by pitch. Hits Mark Henning. He feels no pain and walks 90 feet. It is the third free pass in a row. And we are all squared at 4. Still one out on the board. Here in this top of the 5th inning, Bragg now comes across to score. Diaz now at third, Schmidt now at second, who both walked. Henning has now been hit by the pitch. He will be given credit for the RBI as well. But Dylan Flores will now come to the dish, and that's ball one. Great job on the part of Chris Bernal Jr. as he stays in front of that one. He's had trouble with staying in front of low breaking balls tonight, but he stays in front of a crucial one there with the go-ahead run now sitting 90 feet away in the form of Diaz. For Henning, that is his 12th run driven in on the hit by pitch. 1-0 from Pollard. Outside half, but upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Connor Clark, the speedy, dangerous Connor Clark, who has reached base twice tonight, sits on deck. Flores has also reached base twice. A double in the second, was tagged down at home, and then a walk in the fourth. He got all the way to third base and couldn't score. That's a check swing. He went around, strike one. Victoria has scored now in 4 of the 5 innings of offensive play they've had. The only one they did not score was the second. But 1 in the first, and then 1 in the third, fourth, and now the 5th. Looking for their first multi-run inning here in the 5th. The 2-1. High fly ball to right. Xavier Perez is there, but it could possibly drop. Perez still coming in, but the second baseman, Orlando Samaniego, makes the catch. Coming home to score on the sac fly is Diaz. Close play at third is not going to be in time on the throw by the catcher, Chris Bernal Jr. It's a sacrifice fly for Dylan Flores as he collects his first RBI of the summer. Generals dugout pumping their fist, and they retake the lead for the first time since the first inning. It is 5-4 Victoria. Runners sit at the corners. There are now 2 outs now on the board. As now Victoria has this 5-4 lead, and Pearson Pollard, just like that, through 2/3 innings of relief, his night is now quickly over. So the third man on the mound for Seguin will come on, and we'll see who it is. I wasn't even looking at the Seguin bullpen to see who was throwing. Seguin's bullpen will now once again be going back to work as Blaine Fritcher will be back on the mound for a second consecutive night. We'll break down his night last night on the other side here on TCL TV. Victoria now with their first lead since the first, looking to add on. Back here in the top of the fifth inning, that is the upcoming Generals schedule, of course. We've mentioned it throughout the night and throughout this series. Generals still with the lead, or now with the lead, 5-4 as they have scored 2. Here in this top half of the fifth inning, a new man is on the mound for Seguin. Is Cameron O'Bannon. He's wearing the number 12. He would normally be the number 9 as he was on Wednesday in an outing where he gave up 3 runs against Brazos Valley, but now O'Bannon wearing Blaine Fritcher's number 12 tonight. But he was scheduled to be making an appearance following Ryan Beard, but he's now been sandwiched in between by Pearson Pollard. The first pitch he throws to the 9-hole hitter Connor Clark as he comes in is outside for ball 1. Victoria's 2 runs in this fifth inning coming on a bases-loaded hit by pitch on Mark Henning, and then a sacrifice fly to short right center field by Dylan Flores that was caught by second baseman Orlando Samaniego. That's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and Clark, or actually, no, it's actually strike 1. It should be strike 1. Or I believe, yeah, it's a 1-1 count, so it's a 1-1 count here. I believed it was ball 1 on that first pitch, so it didn't even count. 1 ball, 1 strike, and advancing to second base, it appears, is Mark Henning on the stolen base. So Henning now adding on to the 4th stolen base of the night for Victoria as they continue to take advantage of the base paths. It's the 5th stolen bag of the summer for Henning, the UTSA Roadrunner, who now sits at second base. So 2 insurance runs in scoring position for Victoria. Can Clark come through? The 1-1. Outside 2-1. O'Bannon, as we mentioned, the redshirt sophomore down of Dripping Springs, Texas, the Texas State Bobcat. Pitched in 14 games and made 13 relief appearances for the Bobcats. 7.71 ERA in 14 innings pitched. 3 walks, 14 punch-outs. Held opponents to an opponent batting average of .235. 2-1's a check swing. Did he go around? It looks like he did not, says the home plate umpire. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. If Clark is able to reach base, actually update here the scorebook here to represent Henning at second base. Our apologies. Clark is able to drive in the runner, or drive in any runners. He could possibly increase the lead here for Victoria. If he reaches base, Anthony Opoulos sits on deck. 3-1. Swing and a miss at the high heat fastball. Clark found tipping that one into the glove of Chris Bernal Jr. behind the dish, and the payoff pitch awaits. Scorebook nearly full with 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And runners at second and third. Third base is Drew Schmidt. Second base is Mark Henning. Payoff pitch from O'Bannon. High fly ball foul again, and Clark will get another payoff. Clark collecting last night 3 stolen bags. And has now collected his second double of the summer tonight. He is now 2 for 4 in this series with a run, an RBI, 3 stolen bases. A walk, has been hit by a pitch tonight. Payoff is outside, ball 4. Clark will walk 90 feet. It is the 3rd walk of this 5th inning from Seguin pitching. And it is another bases loaded situation now as the dangerous Anthony Avalos comes back to the dish for a 4th time tonight. Avalos, Victoria's leadoff man, is 1 for 3 tonight with a single back in the second. Could have had an RBI single if it wasn't for Dylan Flores falling down at third base. So we are back at the top of the order for Victoria. Hitters 6, 7, and 9 on base. That's a swing and a miss for strike 1 from Cameron O'Bannon. The Texas State Bobcat facing the UH Cougar. Avalos coming into tonight, number 4 in the league in batting average. He's driven in 20 runs. Number 4 in the league. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 2 fastballs down Main Street. Has already extended his on-base streak to 32 games with his single tonight. Also collected, that was his 40th hit of the summer. One of just 2 players in this league to reach the 40-hit mark here by July 17th. Strike away from getting out of the jam is O'Bannon. The 0-2. High fly ball foul, but going after is the first baseman Arias, but that one will leave the ballpark as going after it was 2 guys in the Generals bullpen, but it remains no balls, 2 strikes. Avalos being aggressive on the 0-2 pitch, but being late to the breaking ball, it appears, by O'Bannon. The month of July, Avalos so far is 11 for 27, 11 for 28, I should say, in the month of July. 0-2 to Ant-Man. Check swing. Was he hit by the pitch? And that's a check swing. Strike three. Avalos is struck out for the second time tonight. And he strands the bases loaded. So the Generals fail at getting an opportunity to get insurance runs, but they take the lead regardless as they seize it for the first time since the first. They're back in front 5-4. We're halfway home. It has been a chaotic one here at Smokey Joe Williams, folks. You're going to want to stick around for the second half of this one. We go bottom five on the other side.
Makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better. Do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour. Work is never over. Work it harder, make it better. Do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour. Work is never over. Work it harder, make it better. Do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour. Work is
Upcoming promotions here at Riverside Stadium. This coming weekend on Friday night, July 19th, Seguin will have a free ticket night when they're in town, presented by Atzenhofer, and then Strikeout Cancer Night, Saturday, July 27th, with the Bombers in town. Second to last home game of the season. Pink jerseys will be auctioned out, presented by our friends at Citizens Medical Center and TISD.net. We're halfway home. We begin the second half of this one. 5-4 Victoria in front as they have now retaken the lead. They have scored in 4 of their 5 innings played. All 4 of Seguin's runs have come off the long ball. And 2 two-run home runs from Ryder Hernandez in the first, and then Xavier Perez, the former Victoria General, in the fourth. As Ryan Dugas is back out for a third inning of relief work. And the first pitch he throws goes all the way to the backstop as it gets behind the man behind the plate for Victoria, Dylan Flores, for ball one to go to Howard, the leadoff man, who was at first base, not first base, he was at the plate at the end of the bottom of the fourth, but couldn't do anything about his teammate Orlando Samaniego being caught stealing at second base to end the fourth. 1-0 is inside on the breaking ball, strike one from Dugas. We'll have a scoring update from across the league in just a moment, following this 1-1 pitch. As that one's fouled off the end of the bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Howard. In the bottom of the 5th inning, or bottom of the 6th inning, I should say, Brazos Valley gets an insurance run they must need. 5-2, they now lead Baton Rouge at home. They look to make it 8 consecutive victories and a series sweep of Baton Rouge, and then Acadiana now seizing the lead 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th in Lake Charles. Is where that ball game currently sits right now. So we are still the game that is behind the other two. With 1 bottom 6 and 1 bottom 7, we are still bottom 5. 1-2. High fly ball to center. Whitfield is there as that one will stay in the air, and it will be a line drive out to begin this 5th inning. 1 pitch, 1 out. Or 4 pitches, 1 out, resulting in Howard's retirement. Howard's now 0 for 3, the leadoff man. And now Patrick McClellan will come back to the dish. McClellan with a 1 for 2 night, single and a run scored, though it's coming back in the first when he scored on Ryder Hernandez's 2-run home run. Who sits on deck right now, does Hernandez. First pitch to McClellan on the outside corner for strike 1 from Dugas. Arms just currently stretching right now in the General's pen. No one appears to be, at least for right now, at least throwing at least for the moment. So this very well could be Dugas's game. If he keeps going the distance, it's now an even count here to McClellan. There is an arm throwing in the Seguin bullpen, but it is someone out of uniform. It doesn't appear to even be a player. It looks like to be someone just taking the time to get some throws in the Seguin bullpen, as it's now 2 balls and a strike here to Patrick McCullen. A San Diego native out of Palomar College who nearly batted 400 in a sophomore season, McCullen. 36 miles north of San Diego is his college. He is a San Diego native. 2-1's line down the right field line and way foul. So that one will hop the green wall down the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Generals, if they hold on to this win, if the scoreline stood right now, it would be back-to-back one-run victories for the first time this season for Victoria. The 2-2 is fouled off the end of the bat by McClellan. We stay at the same count. And if they win, it would be a 6th consecutive victory for Victoria. It would be a 2-0 lead in this 4-game set against Seguin. Seguin could fall to 11-25 with this loss and 5-9 in the second half. They can come back and win. They could end their 4-game losing skid against Seguin if they bounce back to win this one. 2-2 upstairs. Seguin fans coming out to support their group. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. The home plate umpire, it's like re-emphasizing that with members of the Generals defense who maybe thought it was ball 4, as that one's lined to the left field. Going after it's Connor Clark, but he will be right in front of it. He moves about 6 steps to his left. And it's 2 lineouts here for the top 2 hitters in the Seguin order for 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 5th. So a line out to center and a line out to left from Howard and McClellan respectively. And now Ryder Hernandez, who is 2 for 2 tonight with a homer and single and has scored twice, of course, with that 2-run home run back in the first. If you count his collegiate stats with his TCL stats, even though he is a new signee for Seguin, this is technically his 6th home run since becoming a college athlete. Had 4 in his sophomore season at Texas State, and then had 1 this past season. Hernandez did at Incarnate Word in his first season there. The junior in Hernandez, he's now ahead in the count. 1 ball, no strikes to Dugas. Nobody on it, 2 away. 1-0's outside. Dugas, we mentioned, this is just his 3rd appearance of the summer for the Generals veteran who made 11 appearances in 2023 in a Victoria uniform. So on that left center side of the rubber here against Hernandez, the 2-0 is low, and great block here on the part of Flores, but he's well behind in the count as Dugas 3-0 here to Hernandez. Trying to reach base for a 3rd straight time. Austin Strassner sitting on deck. They've scored each of their 4 runs, 2 in the first and 2 in the 3rd. Scoreless in the 2nd and 4th. And now it is a 4-pitch walk. So Ryan Dugas cannot go 1-2-3. And Ryder Hernandez, who has had the number of Generals hitters tonight, keeps up the good positive thoughts, as he now has been walked on 4 pitches here with 2 away and represents a 2-out base runner. And Austin Strassner will come back to the dash. Strassner 0 for 2 on the night with a ground out and strikeout. Sophomore, redshirt junior, New Braunfels. Not that far down the road from where we are right now, as is 1 ball and no strikes. 5 consecutive balls now thrown by Dugas. Strassner now ahead in the count, 1-0. Dugas now on that far left side of the rubber, now trying to move farther back against the left-handed hitting Strassner, as that one's fouled down the left field line. 1-1. Strassner 6 for 13 in the month of July, coming into tonight with 5 runs scored, a double, an RBI, and 4 walks and 3 stolen bags. He's been a run creator for the Seguin side. He's failed to get on base, though, tonight, and did not play a night ago. The 1-1. Way outside again, 6 balls and 7 pitches for Dugas. Left-hander currently warming in the Victoria bullpen. It appears to be Ilan Balmaceda, who is currently warming right now for Victoria, and this could very well be the end of the night for Ryan Dugas, even though he is currently mid-count right now, 2-1. We'll see if head coach Michael Oros decides to call in Balmaceda here mid at bat. Reminder, it is a one-run game, but 2 outs are already on the board here, bottom 5, so Oros may want to at least have Dugas try to finish the inning, as there's only a runner on first with 2 away, and he's been able to have his defense help him out for the most part on 2 hard hit line drives from the top 2 hitters in the Seguin lineup, and Oros will walk back to the mound, so he is going to have the confidence to keep Dugas in this game, at least to get out of the 5th. It appears that Ilan Balmaceda will be probably the next man up, as the southpaw is currently warming in the bullpen. But for Austin Strassner, he's going to try to keep the inning alive and possibly make Oros want to pull out Dugas before this inning comes to an end. From Oros' perspective, you want Dugas to get Strassner out, get back to the dugout, get your offense back out here, try to provide insurance with a 1-run lead. And now it looks like he's going to need a new baseball here just to try to get a new grip. But Dugas trying to see if he can shut down Strassner here with Hernandez sitting at first base, reaching on a 2-out walk. Dugas is 2-1. Fouled back to the screen as that one clipped the helmet of Dylan Flores. Clipping his top half of the mask. He's now sitting a strike away from ending the inning as Dugas on that foul ball. Trying to get through 3 innings of relief work, with the only blanch on his ledger being the 2-run home run given up to his former teammate Xavier Perez from a summer ago. Back-to-back foul balls to the net by Strassner. Remains 2-2, strike away from ending the inning. The New Braunfels, Texas, and Baylor Bears sitting at the dish. 2-2. Low and in the dirt. Great block there by Flores to keep it in front. The payoff pitch awaits. Strassner, we mentioned, was a Texas A&M Aggie his freshman season. Only appeared in 6 games for the Aggies before transferring to Baylor for his sophomore season, where he started 14 games. And now is a redshirt sophomore. Redshirt junior, I should say. 13 hits already this summer, 6 in the month of July. 2-2 is low for ball 4. Flores keeps in front of it. But it is now back-to-back free passes on full count pitches given up by Dugas. And now Xavier Perez, who has already has the home run on his ledger tonight against Dugas, is now not going to get the opportunity to face him one more time, as Ilan Balmaceda looks like, and Ryan Dugas is clearly frustrated with himself. Balmaceda is going to come into this ball game. So Ilan Balmaceda, the left-handed southpaw arm, going to get a chance to come in here in this one. The Nicaraguan going to come here and replace Dugas, as he has been called out of the bullpen. 2 runners on and 2 outs with a tying run and go-ahead run on base. We'll tell you more about Balmaceda's backstory when we come back on TCL TV. As we mentioned, the new man on the mound here for the Victoria Generals here, bottom 5, to try to get out of this bottom of the 5th inning jam after back-to-back walks by Ryan Dugas, who completes 2 2/3 of relief work with Ryder Hernandez and Austin Strassner representing as his runners. And now Ilan Balmaceda will be on the mound. This is the first time we've had him on the mound here for the Victoria Generals Broadcast Network, so we'll give you as much background as we have on him. Balmaceda, the 5'10", 185 left-hander out of Stephen F. Austin, the Lumberjack, formerly at Angelina College, transferring to SFA this coming season, or this coming spring. Balmaceda with a 9 ERA in 2 appearances, does have a save under his belt, and 3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 3 runs, all of which earned 2 walks and 4 punch-outs and 14 batters faced this summer. Balmaceda, the junior, a native of Rama, Nicaragua, a town of just 59,000 people in the small Central American nation. Currently a native of Cypress, Texas, where he went to college at Cy Falls. But now coming in to replace Ryan Dugas, and now we'll face the former Victoria Generals, Xavier Perez, as Balmaceda now has a pickoff throw, and now both runners are off their bases and have to retreat to their respective bags. So an opportunity that is faltered there as Balmaceda had a wide throw, but it will not be designated as an error as both Ryder Hernandez and Austin Strassner were not able to advance. As Anthony Avalos frustrated with himself that he wasn't able to see the pickoff throw coming. But Damian Whitfield able to get it back in time to where Hernandez and Strassner were kind of both stuck in no man's land, but were both able to retreat safely. First pitch from Balmaceda. Slow and just below the knees for ball 1. In 17 games, 17 appearances, I should say, in Angelina College as a sophomore, Balmaceda went 2 3 and 59 1/3 innings pitched, striking out 52 batters. And a 9.14 ERA and a 2-6 record. 1-0 is a check swing. He went around, strike 1. Did Xavier Perez. Perez, the former Victoria General, who's reached base twice. Another 2-run home run for Seguin back in the 3rd. I mentioned all 4 of Seguin's runs coming on the long ball. Does Perez have another one in him to flip the game upside down? 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2, outside heater. Could have been a disastrous situation if the runners were able to advance on the wild throw by Balmaceda, but it does not end up counting as an error as both runners couldn't advance. Balmaceda's 1-2. Grounded under the shortstop side. Avalos is there. He'll just go to second base to end the inning on the fielder's choice. So 2 runners left on, and Balmaceda does his job to get this final out of the 5th and end the inning. We're 5 innings through. We go to the 6th. Victoria maintains their 1-run lead, 5-4. We'll be back on the other side on TCL TV. Stay with us. For the top of the 6th inning, you see, of course, the current bracket if the season were to end today. Of course, Brazos Valley firmly ensconced in that second semifinal spot. Baton Rouge holding on to a dire thread, with Acadiana leading and Baton Rouge losing in their current contest. If the results hold, Acadiana will swap spots with Baton Rouge for the second semifinal spot in the Louisiana side of the bracket. We will now come back here for the top half of the sixth inning as Cameron O'Bannon remains on the mound as the third different arm for Seguin, as he now will come out for his first full inning of relief work after he was able to get the final out of the top half of the fifth. But now Damian Whitfield will now come on as Victoria Generals, who have left so far 9 runners on base through 5 innings, but narrowly lead this contest 5-4 and have scored in 4 of their 5 offensive innings. 2-3-4 will be due up as Damian Whitfield leads things off and will get a ball outside for ball number 1. Whitfield has scored twice tonight. They've scored 2 of Victoria's 5 runs, including a double back in the third where he had some incredible base running antics to get to second base safely. So that was called in the outside corner, or the inside half, sorry, for strike 1. So Whitfield is 1 for 2 technically with those 2 runs scored. Has yet to drive in a run tonight. Also has 2 stolen bags, does Whitfield. Now sitting at 25 on the season. 1-1. Inside, nearly hits Whitfield near the knees, but he will stay in front and get behind that ball. It's 2 balls, 1 strike here from O'Bannon. O'Bannon was able to get the sacrifice fly, but then had a walk he allowed, but was able to strike out Anthony Avalos to end that 5th inning where he had the bases loaded to his back, as it is now 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is a perfect time for the Generals if they want to possibly get some insurance after failing to do so in dramatic fashion in the 5th. If the score stands, though, it would be the first time this season where the Generals have back-to-back 1-run victories, as that one is low and gets behind Chris Bernal Jr., who let that one hop the dirt aggressively. And the payoff pitch now waits here for Whitfield. The Atlanta native spent 3 seasons at Texas State, then this past season as a redshirt junior at Cisco College, and now will have 1 more year of eligibility on his belt next spring when he heads to UTRGV. The 3-2. Inside, ball 4. Whitfield able to dodge the inside fastball as he gets out of the way out of that one, but with Whitfield's quick instincts, it's no surprise that he does. But he dodges the bullet that is that inside fastball as he collides with the grass. But it's a leadoff base runner in the form of a leadoff free pass in the 2nd of the night for Cameron O'Bannon, 3 batters faced. 2nd walk of the night for Whitfield, who came into tonight number 2 in the league in the free passes category at the plate. Now, if you count tonight's total, he's got 33 on the summer and has now gotten 10 free passes in his last 5 games. Whitfield goes back to first. Already has 2 stolen bases on the night. Cameron Nickens is now back at the dish, who's reached base twice, is 1 for 2 with a single back in the 3rd. Also stole a base in the 1st when he walked. First pitch is a line drive foul that gets underneath the bat of Nickens, but will go way beyond the ballpark. 0-1 the count here for Nickens. Came into tonight, did Nickens, obviously 8 for 30 in the month of July. He now, if you add tonight's totals, is 9 for 32 in this month, with 3 of those 9 hits, of course, being home runs. Which, of course, has Nickens leading the league in the home run category, 1 ahead of Mason Ruiz, the designated hitter of Baton Rouge. 0-1, Whitfield thought about going, but he will pull back, and is 1 ball, 1 strike here for the Victoria designated hitter, former UH Cougar that will be transferring to Austin Peay. Announced his commitment to head to Clarksville, Tennessee last week on Instagram. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nickens. High fly ball to left. Going back on it is McClellan. He'll stay under it. He waits for it. He'll make the catch for easy out number 1. Whitfield will have to head back to first base as the double play would now end the inning for Victoria. On the high fly out for Nickens, he's now 1 for 3. So now Travis Bragg will now come back to the dish. Bragg has reached base once tonight, that being on a single back in the 5th. He came around to score what was then the game-tying run, also stole third base in that effort. Does have an RBI as well and a sacrifice fly back in the 1st, scoring Victoria's first run. Another pitch to Bragg and an incredible effort by Xavier Arias at first base as he dodges a bullet from being able to keep the ball in front. Damian Whitfield slow to get up at first base. Nearly had a hit by pitch at the plate and now nearly had a collision with Xavier Arias as now both of them are having to shake off some pain. And Arias is now the hand on his knees. It appears to be okay. He had to jump over Whitfield just to even get the baseball. And with Whitfield's speed, he most likely would have advanced to second base if it got behind Arias. Putting his body on the line to keep the ball in front. Both appear to be okay. As Bragg waits for his first pitch. From O'Bannon, here it comes, and there goes Whitfield, and losing control of the baseball is Chris Bernal Jr. Make it 3 stolen bags on the night for Damian. As he continues to rise up the stolen base marker, he's now got 26 on the summer. 1 ball and no strikes here for Bragg. Now sitting in scoring position is Whitfield, who represents much needed insurance for Victoria. Has now stolen bases in the 1st, 3rd, and now the 6th for Damian. 1-0. Outside corner called strike 1 to Bragg. Victoria's offense, as I mentioned, has left 9 runners on in their first 5 innings. Has had runners on in every single inning. They have been able to push around the traffic throughout much of tonight and have nearly had a chance to score in every single inning. So the fact that they even have 5 runs is heartening to the fact that Victoria may have had many, many more if they've been able to take advantage of certain opportunities, but Bragg down the count here, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Whitfield sitting in second base. 1 out already on the board. Diego Diaz currently sitting on deck with a walk and scoring as well. Diaz 0 for 2 with a stolen base. O'Bannon's 1-2, running is Whitfield on the 1-2 pitch, but Bragg fouls this one out of the ballpark down the left field side, and a right-hander currently throwing in Seguin's bullpen. Cameron O'Bannon on the mound right now for Seguin is already their third different arm. After the River Monsters used 4 different arms last night. Starter Teddy Judkins, Will Gross, Yuli Tovar, who got the loss for Seguin in their 3-2 loss, and then Blaine Fritcher, who's wearing the number that Cameron O'Bannon's wearing right now, the number 12. 1 pitch, 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Travis Bragg is retired. Second time he's gone down on strikes tonight. He is now 1 for 3 on the night with that single and run scored. That's a big out number 2 for O'Bannon and the Sturs. So now Diego Diaz now comes back to the dish. Diaz, as we mentioned, walked and scored the go-ahead run for Victoria in the 5th. Also stole second base in that inning, but has struck out and fly down the 1st and 3rd respectively. Whitfield still in second base. There was no one at the second base bag, but Whitfield had to retreat to second base as O'Bannon kept his close eye on him. Wind not much of a factor tonight. Haven't mentioned it really at all, as that's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Here to Diaz. Diaz trying to stay in front of this one. He's had an up and down summer, as we've mentioned. The UTSA Roadrunner, and now Whitfield's caught in a pickle. He's already dodged 1 pickle already tonight. Can he make it 2? He's running back and forth as he's now having to dodge this one. There was no tag applied. He's at third base safely. Again, Damian Whitfield dodges Seguin's base running. As he currently sits at third base, Tony Perez is going to argue the call as he thought Austin Strassner made a tag on the left cleat of Whitfield. And the bases umpire going to have a one-on-one talk with Perez. If he's safe, it would be the 2nd time tonight that Whitfield has dodged Seguin's base running Seguin's defense. And Whitfield would have collected his 4th stolen base of the night if he does so successfully. It looked as if from up here that it was a close call, but he is still safe. Make it a 4th stolen bag for Damian Whitfield, and he fools Seguin's defense again. If you want to know how fast Damian Whitfield is, he has proven it tonight again and again and again. 0-1 is the count here for Diego Diaz, with the insurance one in Whitfield now sitting 90 feet away. We mentioned he's 0 for 2 tonight, Diaz, with that walk-and-run scoring back in the 5th. 0-1 from O'Bannon. Fouled off the inside part of the bat that hit the mask of Chris Bernal Jr. And now down the count, 0-2 is Diaz. Generals have left runners at third base twice already tonight, trying to avoid a 3rd different time in this inning. 0-2 to Diaz. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another runner stranded at third base for Victoria, as Seguin's bullpen comes through in a big way in the form of Cameron O'Bannon, as him and Whitfield exchange words. We go bottom 6. Victoria still in front 5-4, as we now come back in the bottom of the 6th right after this. There's the upcoming general schedule. Of course, 3 games left, including the one tonight against Seguin in this regular season for your Victoria Generals before they head to Baton Rouge to end the week. And then, of course, the gauntlet of at Lake Charles, home for Baton Rouge, and then the 4-game set with Brazos Valley to end the regular season. A gauntlet indeed in 7 consecutive days, as this is day 2 of 13 consecutive days of baseball to end the regular season for your Victoria Generals. They remain up by 1 run. We go bottom 6. Elion Belmaceda back on the mound for a first full inning of work, as it will be 6, 7, 8 near the bottom of the order. Due up for Seguin as Xavier Aris leads things off, as the first pitch he sees is on the outside corner. First strike 1. Victoria has now left 10 runners on base, 6 of which in scoring position, and 3 of which at third base. 1 is at the knees for strike 2 on the breaking ball from Balmaceda. And it'll be key now for Balmaceda and Ryan Dugas, who was only able to surrender 2 runs. And for this Victoria Generals bullpen to once again come through, as that's a high fly ball to center, as Damian Whitfield will just reside underneath it in the left center gap and will easily make the catch for the first out of this bottom of the 6th inning. Once again, Seguin not able to get that leadoff runner on. As now Adam Peavy will come back to the dish. Peavy, the designated hitter tonight, making his TCL and Seguin debut. An 0 for 1 on the night with the flyouts are right in the 4th, but did walk in the 2nd, got all the way to third base, but couldn't score. As he now faces Balmaceda, the soon-to-be SFA Lumberjack, as that one's on the outside half for ball 1. Breaking ball too far outside. We'll have a scoring update from across the league in just a moment for those watching at home, as the 1-0 from Balmaceda is low, 2 balls, no strikes. Currently, out in Bryan College Station, it remains, at least for now, as we'll reload things here for our scoreboard that we have here, thanks to our friends at Point Street, the official scorekeepers of the Texas Collegiate League. Official stat keepers, 3 balls, no strikes here for PV. As we stand right now, it is bottom of the 6th still. 5-2 is the lead for Brazos Valley still against Baton Rouge. The top of the 9th is where we currently are in Lake Charles, with the Cane Cutters now up 4-2 in that one, as the 3-1 pitch is grounded into left center for a base hit. It is a 1-out base runner here for Seguin, and PV collecting his first base hit in a River Monster uniform. 1 for 2 in the night. Orlando Samaniego now comes back to the dish. He's 2 for 2 in the night with 2 singles. Was tagged down at second base on a 6-4-3 double play back in the second, and then was caught stealing to end the bottom of the 4th. Samaniego has had his fingerprints all over this game for both positive and negative reasons. Had Damian Whitfield, for the proverbial term, break his ankles over at second base when Whitfield dodged the first of his 2 near pickoff throws that he dodged. 0-1 is on the inside half, but called at the knees for strike 2. Catcher Chris Bernal Jr. wearing the catching pads on his knees, sitting on deck here for Seguin. Double play does end the inning, though, if you're up Balmaceda and the Generals. 0-2 is just below the zone. Just below the zone, 1 ball, 2 strikes. See if we can get an accurate scoring update here from Brazos Valley. We know how important, of course, that game is, of course, to the long-standing significance of the standings, of course, and, of course, for both of these sides, as it is an even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes here for Samaniego at the dish. Currently 6-5, Brazos Valley is in front, top of the 8th inning with 2 outs. Baton Rouge does have the tying run on base, however, as the 2-2 pitch is low, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a payoff pitch awaits for Samaniego. Of course, as we mentioned, if the Bombers hold on, it will be an 8th consecutive victory for the Bomb Squad, who has had an unbelievable second half and is going to be, they keep going at this pace, could be roaring into the postseason when they face the Generals, as that one is low. 4-4, so Balmaceda was ahead in the count 0-2. Now gives up now a second straight base runner, as it will be now runners at first and second. Once again, because it's a 1-run game, PV at second base representing the tying run for Seguin. Samaniego, who now sits at first, represents as the go-ahead run. No one in the bullpen right now for Victoria, as Flores and Balmaceda have a quick conversation with the 9-hole hitter Chris Bernal Jr. sitting on deck. Or Chris Bernal Jr. actually coming to the plate, I should say. So for 2 in the night, with grounding into a double play in the second and a pop out in the 4th. At top of the order, lurking. Bernal looking for the opportunity and trying to seize it here. Victoria's had its struggles with bringing in runners in scoring position tonight. But now on the first pitch, Bernal pops this one up. The first baseman, Henning, going to have a close play near the fencing and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. A big out number 2 for the Generals, as now having to go back to second base is PV. And a massive out number 2 as Bernal pop flies one for the second straight plate appearance to first base. And it's a big out number 2 as we now go back to the top of the order in Dakota Howard, who was 0 for 3 on the night with a ground out to second, a strikeout looking, and a line out back in the 5th to center field. Balmaceda's first pitch to Howard is once again a line drive to center. Coming in is the shortstop, Avalos, who falls on the ground at short. The runner's coming home around second in full form of PV, and we are tied at 5. Anthony Avalos was backing up on a difficult play. Will be interesting to see if this is ruled an error or a single. But more importantly, Reaching first base is Dakota Howard for the first time tonight. It remains runners at first and second. But with 2 outs here, bottom 6, we are now all squared at 5. As Howard put one almost in a Bermuda triangle, and Avalos was not able to make a play. It looks like it could be an RBI for Howard, as that's a swing and a miss. 4 strike 1 to Patrick McClellan, who is 1 for 3 with a single and run scored. And the damage has now been done, as we are now back tied at 5. And a contentious ball game, to say the least, as that one's upstairs for ball 1. As we mentioned, Lake Charles Acadiana is in the 9th. Baton Rouge, Brazos Valley, currently bottom 8, or currently top 8, I should say. So we are easily going to be the last one to finish across the TCL tonight. And we'll have the full standings updated after this one, as that one's grounded over to the shortstop side. Avalos is there. He'll go to second on the fielder's choice and end the inning. But the damage has now been done. On the RBI driven in from Dakota Howard, we are 2/3 of the way home and all squared at 5. We will back top 7. Victoria looks to retake the lead when we come back. Those are the standings across the Texas Collegiate League as we stand right now. We head to the 7th. Victoria sitting high and dry at 25-10. Atop this league, 5 games ahead of Brazos Valley for the best record in the league. Seguin, of course, near the bottom, at the bottom, I should say. 11-24, 14 games back. More importantly, 5 games back of Brazos Valley in the second half standings. And with both Brazos Valley and, of course, this game at 5, Seguin could be in a very difficult position if they lose this one, but they have tied this game at 5 thanks to an RBI single by Dakota Howard in the bottom of the 6th. That now puts a run on Ilan Balmaceda's ledger. But now we go top 7. 6, 7, 8 due up. Drew Schmidt, Mark Henning, and Dylan Flores will he due up here in the 7th. Schmidt 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 5th. As Cameron O'Bannon is back on the mound for a second full inning of work. No surprise he's getting this long of a leash, as he was expected to, as Schmidt on the first pitch he sees shows bunt and fouls it off the roof here at Smokey Joe Williams for strike 1. We'll give you, of course, the final scores on both of the contests across the league, as they could be ending within the next 20 minutes, we expect, between Acadia and Lake Charles and Brazos Valley and Baton Rouge. That's a high fly ball to left center. Going back on it is Howard and McClellan. Howard will be there to make the catch routinely for out number 1 here in the 7th. Schmidt now 0 for 3 on the night with the walk. As now Mark Henning will come back to the dish. Henning has an RBI and a single run scored, so he's 1 for 2 technically. Drove in the game's tying run to tie it at 4 back in the 5th. on a bases loaded hit by pitch where he was hit on basically the right hip facing the mound. And basically that hit by pitch basically ended the night for Pearson Pollard, the TCL All-Star, as the first pitch he sees from O'Bannon is upstairs for ball one. Seguin will have 3, 4, 5 heart of their order, including the two men who have their 2 home runs tonight, due up in the bottom of the 7th. That one's grounded to the first base side. Great jump on the part of Xavier Arias as he's able to leap and make the play and stay in front of the baseball for out number 2. As Henning grounds out to the first base side. And it's 2 quick outs here, top 7. No one currently in the Generals bullpen, so it appears to be Ilan Balmaceda's inning come bottom 7. As Dylan Flores will now come to the dish. Flores has reached base twice tonight. Also had the sacrifice fly to put Victoria in front in the top half of the 5th. Also doubled back in the 2nd inning for his first hit in a Generals uniform. First pitch he sees is outside for ball 1 off the outside half. Currently bottom of the 9th, Acadiana has now well expanded their lead. They are now up 7-2 against Lake Charles. As that one's on the inside corner for strike 1. One other fact we need to point out, Lake Charles, if they lose this one to Acadiana, which in all likelihood it looks like they may, if they do, it will be a 6th consecutive loss for the Gators and a swift fall from grace. A team that was 18-12 just about a week ago would now be sitting directly at 500 and could be opening the door potentially for Baton Rouge to possibly overtake them in the overall Louisiana standings and put them in a firm place possibly for Baton Rouge if they have the overall record tiebreak against Acadiana, but they will be the victors, though, on that other side of that Lake Charles loss. That's a called strike 2. Strike away from a 1-2-3 inning is O'Bannon. Not a single 1-2-3 inning has been yet had by Seguin's pitching staff. Can they get one here in the 7th? They indeed will. Called strike 3 from O'Bannon. And it's a 1-2-3 top half of the 7th. We go bottom 7. Seguin has the momentum for now. They will have 2 big power bats coming up bottom 7. And Ilan Balmaceda looks to be back on the mound. We'll tell you what goes down when we come back here on TCL TV. Stay with us. There's our Did You Know, of course, presented by Whataburger. That is, of course, focusing on tonight's starter, Braylon Owens, who only went 2 innings, but you see the great story about him. His 3 seasons at UTSA, and, of course, his now 3rd summer beginning tonight here in Victoria with just a little over 2 weeks to go. We'll update the scoreboard here as now we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You see Sweet Caroline, or you hear Sweet Caroline playing on in the background. Here at Smokey Joe Williams, a decent crowd on hand here. As we head now to the bottom of the 7th, as we have the 7th inning stretch now in our back view mirror. As we send all squaring at 5. 3, 4, 5, heart of the order for Seguin, and a perfect chance to possibly retake the lead if they can, with the dangerous Ryder Hernandez leading things off. He's got a 2-run home run already on his ledger. He flies that one foul. Both The catcher and Henning going off to make the play, but that one will just get beyond the fencing and leave the field of play for a foul ball, strike one. Have a final score to report. Lake Charles falls to Acadiana by a final score of 7-2. As Acadiana falls in that one for a 6th consecutive loss for the Gumbo Gators. Cane Cutters now with back-to-back victories. They are now 16-22 and continue to rise up the ranks. And if Baton Rouge loses, which they currently are right now, 7-5 as the game heads to the 9th in Bryan College Station. If they go on to lose this one to Brazos Valley, Acadiana will leapfrog Baton Rouge for the 2nd semifinal spot in the postseason bracket, as that one's fouled to the roof of Smokey Joe. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryder Hernandez. Hernandez, Streisner, and Perez do up your bottom 7. Hernandez and Perez, of course, responsible for four of Seguin's 5 runs on their two-run blasts for each of them. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big out number 1 for Ilan Balmaceda, as he is able to collect his first punch out of his relief outing and just his 2nd as a Victoria General. It is a big out number 1 here, bottom 7.
And now batting for the River Monsters, shortstop number 11, Austin Streisner.
As now Austin Streisner now comes back to the dish. Streisner is so far 0 for 2 on the night with a walk back in the 5th. Also has grounded out and struck out tonight, as the first pitch he sees is a high fly ball to right, but Travis Bragg is sitting underneath it. He'll wait for it. He'll make the catch. And 1 pitch, 1 out here for out number 2. And a quick inning, it appears, at least for now, for Ilan Balmaceda. The bullpen remains quiet on the General side, and so does it on the Seguin side. So Cameron O'Bannon looks to possibly be coming back for top 8. Now comes the former Victoria General, Xavier Perez. Perez has reached base twice on the 1st and the 3rd, including that 2-run home run that gave Seguin their 3rd and 4th runs of the night. His 4th home run of his TCL career, as he's now up in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Had 3 last year in a Generals uniform, and now gets his 1st in a River Monster uniform in just his 2nd game in the green and blue. Grounded out into fielder's choice back in the 5th to Perez. The 1-0. Outside corner, called strike 1. Balmaceda's 1-1. Outside and foul. And a strike away from a 1-2-3 7th. Here is Balmaceda to respond to the 1-2-3 inning from Cameron O'Bannon, top 7. 9-1-2 due up for Victoria, top 8. Connor Clark, Anthony Avalos, Damian Whitfield. Perfect group if you want to kickstart an inning when it comes to getting on base, if you're Michael Oros. 1-2 from Balmaceda. Line drive to left and nearly caught by Diego Diaz, but that one will go down the left field line. Rounding first and possibly heading to 2nd, but now staying at first base is Xavier Perez. He's now got 2 hits against his former side tonight, and a 2-out base runner and a 2-out base knock down the left field line to keep this 7th inning alive for the Stars.
Now batting first base at number 22, Xavier Arias.
And now the fellow Xavier Arias, and the Seguin veteran will now come back to the dish. Arias, the local product, 0 for 3 tonight. And combined with last night, he is 1 for 7 in this series. His first pitch he sees. Outside corner, check swing, strike 1. Two outs to go in the Brazos Valley Baton Rouge contest. The Bombers up by 2, 7-5. Balmaceda throws over to the first base bag. If you're just joining us maybe from the Acadiana Lake Charles game, Max Cepeda here, the voice of the Victoria Generals, here in Seguin for Road Generals baseball in Game 2 of this 4-game set between the Generals and River Monsters. After a 3-2 victory for Victoria a night ago, the Generals a much better offensive night tonight, but have left 10 runners on base. And Seguin's 2 2-run home runs have made this a compelling ball game as we sit here bottom 7. 0-1 to Xavier Arias. Fouled back to the screen, and once again, Ilan Balmaceda sits a strike away from ending the inning. Going to go retrieve the baseball. It appears is Adam Peavy, who currently sits in the on-deck circle right now for Seguin. Defense playing straight up, though, against Arias. 0-2. High fly ball to right. Bragg is there. He looks to sit underneath it. He looks like he'll make the catch, and he does. And just after one base runner on a two-out single, the loud ball Messina faces just 4 batters, bottom 7. We go to the 8th. Still all squared at 5. Perfect group for Michael Oros to try to get back in front. Will they do so? We'll find out on the other side here in this one on TCL TV. Stay with us. From Seguin, that is if the season ended today, and as you see, we adjusted the bracket for you because the Acadiana Cane Cutters, obviously with their victory against Lake Charles, now currently have the lead in the Louisiana Division with a record of 6-8 in the second half. And Baton Rouge now narrowly sits on the outside looking in. They are currently, as of this very moment, down in a 1-2 count and currently have 2 outs to work with and a 2-run deficit in the top of the 9th against Brazos Valley. But as we sit right now, we are still all squared at 5 here in Seguin as we head to the top of the 8th. Max Cepeda here with you, the voice of the Victoria Generals, here for the top of this 8th inning, and have been here for each of these last 2 nights here in Seguin for the first 2 of this 4-game series between the Generals and River Monsters, the 2 teams currently sitting on opposite ends of the standings across the TCL. Cameron O'Bannon back out for a 3rd full inning of relief work. He's thrown 2 1/3 innings of relief. The first pitch to Connor Clark is a line drive to center, and that one will fall in front of the center fielder Dakota Howard for a base hit. 1 pitch and already a leadoff man for Victoria as Clark reaches base for the 4th time tonight. What a series for the UT Tyler Patriot. Clark, going back to last night, has now reached base in 6 of his 8 plate appearances to begin this 4-game set. So Clark with his 2nd hit of the night. He is doubled, now singled, and has been walked and hit by a pitch tonight. And now Anthony Avalos now sits at the dish as he flies this one to right field. Going back on it is Perez. He will be there to make the catch. And it's 2 pitches and a base runner and a base runner and a flyout on 2 pitches thrown by Cameron O'Bannon here in the top half of the 8th. It's just 1 pitch after Clark leads things off with a single. Avalos gets one underneath his bat with a fastball away. Now Damian Whitfield will come to the dish. A double play does end the inning for Seguin. Whitfield has reached base 3 times. 1 for 2 on the night. Has scored twice. Has 4 stolen bags on the night. He has been a speed machine in every sense of the word for Michael Oros' group as Anthony Avalos comes back to first base. Give you the scoring update in Brazos Valley when we get the chance. Once that game officially concludes. We have yet to see the final score posted yet, as that one is another pickoff throw to Anthony. Want to point out that Avalos, who came into tonight with more stolen bases than Damian Whitfield, with 27, now sits just one behind Whitfield, as Whitfield's now second in the league in stolen backs at 26 with his 27, actually. He's now tied with Avalos, as that one's a high fly ball foul. Going after was the left fielder McClellan, but he can't make the play. So it's finally the first pitch of the AB to Whitfield. He's down the count 0-1. But more importantly, Avalos, who's yet to steal a bag tonight, has now been fully caught up by his teammate, Damian Whitfield, who's stolen 4 tonight. So now both of them are now tied for the league lead in stolen bases with 27. Avalos may try to get 28, though, right here, but that's another pickoff throw, and now he's going to advance to second base on the error by O'Bannon. He's going to round second. He's going to go to third. That's all the way to the green wall, and Avalos now sits at first, or Clark, I should say, sits at third base. My apologies. Connor Clark is the one on base. I had to remind myself there. But Connor Clark with his fast speed, which if you're a Generals fan, you should be well aware of at this point to the first 2 weeks that he's been a part of this Generals roster. A pickoff throw that is the second error of the night for Seguin now results in Clark advancing second and third on the E1. Now sitting 90 feet away, representing the go-ahead run for Victoria. Infield now in with just one out on the board against Whitfield. O'Bannon's pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Whitfield with a great chance here to end this streak of runners left on third base. It's happened already 3 times tonight for the Generals. They can end it right here. The 0-2. Ground ball. This is going to be a close play. Going home as the second baseman will be close. He is out at home plate. And Connor Clark is arguing with the home plate umpire. He said that Clark thought possibly he had a leg in before the tag was applied, and head coach Michael Oros is going to have a conversation. It has been a heated ball game, and there have been controversial calls on both sides going both ways. And Michael Oros is going to have at least an argument. He appears to be reserved, at least with his argument here, but it would be out number 2 with Whitfield sitting at first base. And Oros trying to appeal to an argument. It looks like there will be none as the out call stands, and Victoria's dugout stands in mass confusion. Oros has already argued twice tonight, and he's trying to at least keep up the argument here as he walks back to third base as the third base coach. And the home plate umpire, I think, is very much solid in his decision, which is that was out number 2. The second time tonight Victoria has had a runner out at home plate, as Clark has been tagged down. On the other hand, it was a great throw by Orlando Samaniego, who was able to at least register the throw in time. And a great job on the tag by the catcher Chris Bernal Jr. So now, with a fielder's choice, it is now out number 2, and now the bases sit clear except for Damian Whitfield, who technically singles there. He at least reaches on the fielder's choice, I should say. So he reaches on the fielder's choice for out number 2. So Cameron Nickens now comes to the dish. Whitfield looking for a 5th stolen base, but it's a fly ball to right, and that will end the inning. We go bottom 8. A dodged bullet again for Seguin pitching, as Cameron O'Bannon has been spectacular with 3 shutout innings of relief work. We go bottom 8 as Michael Oros continues his argument heading back to Victoria's dugout. Still 5-5. Back with bottom 8 on the other side on TCL TV. are watching, as the screen says, Victoria Generals Baseball exclusively on TCL TV in what has been a thrilling contest on this Wednesday night. In Game 2 of this 4-game series between your Victoria Generals and the Seguin River Monsters. Two teams sitting on opposite sides of the TCL standings. As we now head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Victoria leaving another runner on base with a hit from Connor Clark that led things off. But it is a cold strike one here from Ilan Balmaceda, who remains in this game. David Irons appears to be now in the bullpen throwing for a 9th inning. Would be a smart move for us to possibly have a reliable man like Irons on the mound if Victoria is able to take the lead in the 9th. But we have been scoreless in each of the last 3 half innings since Seguin tied it in the bottom of the 6th with the RBI single from Dakota Howard. 0-1 is a high fly ball off the bat of Adam Peavy. Mark Henning is there in foul territory. He'll make the catch for out number 1, and a big out number 1 here for Victoria. Peavy collecting another pop out tonight. He's had a whole lot of busy defensive plays he's had to make over at first base. It's the bottom third of this order due up for Seguin here, bottom 8. So Peavy's been retired, and now Orlando Samaniego and Chris Bernal Jr. are due up. Samaniego has reached base all 3 times, 2 for 2 with 2 singles. And a walk back in the 7th, or walk back in the 6th, I should say. He's ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. However, he's yet to reach farther than second base tonight, has Samaniego. We'll give a full box score update in just a moment. As that one is outside, 2 balls, no strikes from Balmaceda. Victoria, 5 runs on 8 hits. And have left 11 runners on base with no errors. Seguin, on the other hand, that's a ground ball up the middle. Avalos is there. Will be a close play over at first, but he's able to dig the easy throw over in time. 2 quick outs to your bottom 8. Seguin, on the other hand, 5 runs so far on 8 hits so far offensively tonight. Have their 2 errors as well in the field back in the 3rd and the 8th, and so far I've only left 6 runners on base. Comparison, as I mentioned, Victoria's 11. So Chris Bernal Jr. now comes back to the dish. Here with 2 outs, bottom 8. Victoria will have 4, 5, 6, and Travis Bragg, Diego Diaz, and Drew Schmidt due up bottom, or top 9, I should say. Looking over at the Seguin bullpen, there's no one at least there right now. Wouldn't be surprised if Cameron O'Bannon honestly comes out for a 9th inning, considering how consistent he's been in each of these last 3 innings of relief work. Since he's come in for Pearson Pollard back in the 5th, as that's a swing and a miss. Foul tip in and out of the glove of Dylan Flores behind the dish. 1-1 count now here for Bernal Jr. We have a final score update to also bring you from Brazos Valley in just a moment. As that is a high fly ball into center. Whitfield's coming in on it. He looks like he will be there to make the catch, and he does so. A 1-2-3 8th inning for Ilan Balmaceda, who's allowed just 1 earned run in 3 1/3 innings of relief work. We will go to the 9th. Still all squared at 5. You're going to want to tighten your straps in, folks. We might have an electric finish upcoming. We go to the 9th on the other side. from Seguin. It is the top half of the 9th inning. Now we approach the season end of today. That is the bracket. Acadiana has now leapfrogged Baton Rouge for the second semifinal spot, as Baton Rouge fell 7-5 to Brazos Valley, and the Bombers have now won 8 in a row. They have gone from 13-15 to 21-15 overall, an unbelievable stretch here in the month of July, as they are now 11-3 in the second half. But we now head to the 9th inning. The new man on the mound, and the fourth different one for Seguin, replacing Cameron O'Bannon, is Jackson Moncarud. Yes, the longtime Seguin local product out of West Texas A&M. Moncarud, the sophomore and local product here in Seguin, 0-2 this summer with a 4.09 ERA in 10 appearances, 3 starts, 22 innings pitched, 21 hits, 9 walks, 17 punch-outs. Got the loss in his last time out in the Brazos Valley contest on Sunday when the Bombers lost 6-5. He was the one on the mound that gave up the walk-off run, or that gave up the walk-off hit that the Bombers were on the mound for. He was the one who gave up basically that walk-off hit as he tried to come in and send the game to extras, but ended up being a walk-off victory for Brazos Valley, what was then their 6th consecutive victory. We now here in the 9th. 4-5-6 due up for Victoria. Travis Bragg will be the one who leads things off. Bragg, Diaz, and Schmidt are the ones due up. Bragg has reached base once tonight on a single and run scored. First pitch he sees is fouled down the left field line for strike 1. Bragg also has struck out twice, but he does have an RBI in his back pocket tonight. Back in the first, he drove in Victoria's first run on a sacrifice fly. Victoria with 5 runs on 8 hits. No errors and 11 runners left on. Seguin, 5 runs on 9 hits with 2 errors and have left 7 runners on. 0-1 is fouled back again, and Bragg's down in the count 0-2 here to Moncarud. Moncarud started the TCL title game against Brazos Valley last August, which of course Seguin won by a final score of 3-1. Pitched for St. Edwards in 2023. With the Buffaloes, and now is at West Texas A&M, or is now with the Buffaloes at West Texas A&M, where he only pitched only had 1 appearance for West Texas A&M this past season, in a game against St. Edwards, I should say. Redshirted his first year with the Buffaloes in 2023. And Navarro High School is where he graduated, Moncarud. 1-2's upstairs. Of course, Jackson and his brother Caden were 2 huge parts of the Seguin roster in all of last summer, especially in that second half where Seguin went 15-12. Caden was on the roster for the first half of this season, but now is no longer. Jackson is the last one standing. The 2-2 is grounded to the second base side. Samaniego there. He'll shuffle it easily to first in a bang-bang play, as Bragg was speeding down the first base line, but it is easily out number 1 here in the 9th. So Diego Diaz will now be a chance here, who is 0 for 3 tonight with 2 punch-outs, but walked and scored back in the 5th. Also had a stolen base in that inning. Baton Rouge, with their loss tonight to Brazos Valley, now follow the 17-19. Acadiana 16-22. The 2 sides now just separated by 2 games. And only 3 games separates all 3 teams of the Louisiana Division now, with none of them now above 500. Unreal how the Lake Charles Gumbo Gators have fallen off the cliff with 6 consecutive losses. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count here after that called inside strike to Diaz. Moncarud's 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Bottom 9, once we get there, the top third of the order for the River Monsters will be due up in Howard, McClellan, and Hernandez. David Irons was warming up in the Generals' bullpen, but the bullpen now sits quiet now. 1-2's upstairs and gets away from the backstop, Chris Bernal Jr. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Will be an interesting decision here for Oros if he decides he wants to go with momentum and keep Ilan Balmaceda out for another inning of relief work, or go to the closer in Irons, try to guarantee extra innings if you can't get runs in this top half of the 9th. That one is inside. Payoff pitch now awaits here. Diaz just trying to get on base. He's only done so once tonight. Drew Schmidt sits on deck, who is also 0 for 3 with a walk. Payoff. Foul tip off the end of the bat. That one will not drop in left, as it was a soft liner to left field, and Patrick McClellan was easily underneath it. And it is 2 quick outs here, top 9. Final hope here in regulation for Victoria is Drew Schmidt. As I mentioned, is 0 for 3 with a walk. That also came in the 5th. Since hit 2 straight line drives to center field. Also struck out back in the 4th. Or 3rd, I should say. My apologies. First pitch from Moncarew. Great breaking ball that just dropped below the zone, ball 1. So we are the last game across the TCL in progress. If you're joining us from either of the previous 2 games, Max Cepeda, the voice of the Victoria Generals, here with you from the press box at Smokey Joe Williams. And what could easily be the most thrilling game of the night across the league. As we sit all squaring at 5. No runs on the board since the bottom of the 6th when Seguin tied it at 5. 2-0. Inside corner, strike 1. We mentioned at the top, and we've mentioned throughout this series, that Seguin needs wins to keep their postseason hopes alive, and certainly now with Brazos Valley's 8-game win streak that continued tonight. 2-1. Outside. Schmidt is able to reach base. Mark Henning sits on deck, who's reached base twice on a single and run scored. Also had a hit by pitch RBI with the bases loaded in the 5th. 3-1. Just on the outside half, strike 2. Schmidt was already taking a couple of steps to first base, but has to go back to the box, and a payoff pitch awaits. Moncarew looking for a 1-2-3 ninth with the top third of Seguin's order coming up. Jackson's payoff. High fly ball, foul. Seguin, which appears to have the momentum, if they can get the win, it will end a 4-game losing skid and get them their 12th win of the summer, which would have them at 12-24 through 36 games. This is game 36 of the summer for both sides. Payoff. Inside, and it will hit Drew Schmidt on the hand. Schmidt is hit on that inside hand. He appears to be okay, as why you wear the batting gloves, but Schmidt will walk 90 feet. And the inning continues here, top 9. Schmidt representing as a go-ahead run for Victoria at first base. So Mark Henning will now come up here. We mentioned already with the run score, has the RBI in his back pocket. He's reached base twice tonight. He's also struck out in the 2nd and grounded out in the 7th. Victoria has only reached base 3 times since the 6th inning began. A walk in the 6th, and then a single and a reaching on a fielder's choice in the 8th. And a chance to nearly take the lead in the 8th if it wasn't for Seguin's great defense. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. We mentioned the River Monsters coming in. They already have 2 errors tonight. They still lead the league in errors, which has been a moniker at least so far. They have 69 on the summer. 10 more than any other TCL franchise. The one behind them is Acadiana with 59. Had 1 more tonight, did the King Cutters. 1-0. Outside, strike 1. Henning is able to get on. Dylan Flores sits on deck. He also has an RBI in his back pocket with a double as well. Moncarew trying to shut the door in the 9th with the go-ahead run at first. 1-1. Line drive to left. This could possibly drop, but there to make the catch is McClellan. We go bottom 9. We are all squared at 5. Victoria leaves just 1 more runner on base. Their 12th runner left on of the night. Still squared at 5. Seguin will get a chance to walk it off with their top third coming up. We'll see if they can on the other side.
Can't be touched, can't be stopped, can't be moved.
Back here for the bottom of the ninth inning. We are all squared at 5. The Seguin River Monsters, who have lost their last 4 and 5 of their last 6, will look to end their losing skid tonight against the best team in the league, the Victoria Generals. As we are all squared at 5, Ilan Balmaceda, after a 1-2-3 eighth, has come back out for the bottom of the ninth inning and will face the top third of the order. As Dakota Howard, the leadoff man, will lead things off. He's 1 for 4 tonight with the game-tying RBI single back in the 6th. First pitch he sees is fouled off just to the left side. Strike one. If you're joining us from either the Lake Charles contest or Brazos Valley's contest, hello and welcome to Smokey Joe Williams Field. Max Cepeda, the voice of the Victoria Generals, here for all 4 games of this 4-game set between the Sturs and the Gens, as that one's outside for ball 1. Left-handed relief closer David Irons for the Victoria Generals remains throwing in the bullpen and is the emergency case scenario. But the Generals have no room for error in a tie game bottom 9. Any runner on base is the winning run for the Sturs. It's a 2-1 count here for Howard. Patrick McClellan and Ryder Hernandez are the other ones due up. Balmaceda's 2-1. High fly ball foul. It's an even count, 2 strikes. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sturs have more work to do, and they know that they are going to need this win with how hot the Bombers have been throughout this past week and a half, now with 8 straight victories. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big out number 1 for Balmaceda, 1 away. Just the second strikeout of his relief outing. And for Victoria pitching, just their 4th punch-out of the night. They've had a struggle when it comes to the strikeout ball tonight, and getting strike 3. Howard retired on strikes for the 2nd time tonight, and it's out number 1 here, bottom 9. And now Patrick McClellan takes ball 1 on the first pitch he sees. McClellan tonight 1 for 4 with a single and run scored that happened back in the 1st. He's flied out, line out, and grounded into a fielder's choice since. Line drive to left, going back on it is Clark. He's got a speed there, but he'll make the catch. A line drive again to left off the bat of McClellan, but it goes right into the glove of Clark on another great defensive play. And it's 2 quick outs here, bottom 9. Obviously, if you are unfamiliar, the TCL extra innings rules are as follows. Like Major League Baseball and like Minor League Baseball and like college baseball, of course, a ghost runner is placed at second base to begin the inning, which will be on the form of Mark Henning once we get there, and it'll be 8-9-1 due up for the Generals. And Dylan Flores, Connor Clark, and Anthony Avalos. Ryder Hernandez, though, is the first person to deal with. First pitch is strike 1, fouled back. Hernandez already with 2 for 3 night tonight. He's reached base 3 times. He scored twice. He, of course, had the 2-run home run that started Seguin's offense. If he goes yard again, this ball game is over. 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Wanted to send that one over the fence, but Balmaceda now a strike away from a 1-2-3 ninth. And Balmaceda complete 3 1/3 innings of relief work. High fly ball to right foul. Remains 0-2. Flores, Clark, and Avalos would be due up top 10 with Mark Henning as the ghost runner at second base. 0-2. Outside from Balmaceda, lost control of the fastball high. Well in position, though, to possibly toss it off to David Irons, possibly bottom 10. The 1-2. Inside. Balmaceda needs to get back into a rhythm. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A 3.5-hour classic so far here in Smokey Joe, with more baseball possibly to come. Balmaceda's 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Balmaceda with 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the 9th. We are going to play free baseball on this Wednesday night, as Seguin will be down to the ropes. Victoria will have a ghost runner at second base in the form of Mark Henning. 8-9-1 due up top 10 when we come back. We are going to play some extra baseball here in Seguin. We head to the 10th, and Mark Henning will represent as the go-ahead run for Victoria, as the ghost runner and the 7-hole hitter who was retired at the end of the 9th. And it will be 8-9-1 due up here in the 10th to face Jackson Moncrief in a second inning of relief work for him. David Irons continues to warm up in the General's pen. And now quickly, before a pitch is thrown, we'll have a mound meeting between Chris Bernal Jr. and Moncrief. Moncrief, the 4th different pitcher of the night for Victoria. Or for Seguin, I should say. My apologies. Flores, who's now at the plate for Victoria, has reached base twice on a double and walk. He's gotten to third base twice, but he's yet to score. Had the sacrifice fly that put Victoria in front 5-4 in the bottom of the 5th, or in the top of the 5th. First pitch, Flores shows bunt, and he now has to lay down on the ground as Flores falls down on the fastball inside that was in on his hands. It's a strike regardless because of the fact that it hit his bat. But it's a foul ball for strike 1 as Flores falls to the ground. Had the inside heater coming in from Moncrief, and Mark Henning still remains at second base. Flores appears to be okay. Flores was showing bunt, but then had the fastball coming in on his hands. So reserved way to respond with, in fact, he probably wasn't expecting the fastball in on the bunt showing. Well, he has one more pitch, though, to work it if he wants to still use it in the game plan. 0-1 for Moncrief. Shows bunt again, but it's once again foul, and this time it hits Chris Bernal Jr. on the backside of his leg on the bat hop. And now the bunting chance here from Flores is going to have to go out of the door with now down 2 strikes. Obviously, in this kind of an extra inning scenario, bunting is absolutely a reasonable case because if you can get a runner at third with 1 away, it gives you 2 chances to drive in the go-ahead run. And obviously, you got the speedy Connor Clark and Anthony Avalos coming up, so reasonable idea for Flores to get the word from Michael Oros to say, hey, man, just bunt. But now, down the count 2 strikes, bunting is now out the door unless he wants to possibly risk it all right here. 0-2, he shows bunt again, and it's a foul ball. That is strike 3. Dylan Flores wanted to go for the 0-2 bunt chance, but is retired, and there's 1 out here, top 10. Obviously, every out without a runner scoring is massive in extras, especially if you are the road side, as that means Seguin could possibly head to the bottom of the 10th with the winning run at second base. But Flores will strike out on a bunt strikeout, not something you often see, but he had 3 bunt attempts, and on the 0-2 decided to bunt again, and it went foul. That's a swing and a miss for strike 1, with Connor Clark going full swing there. Henning sitting at second base, representing the go-ahead run. He's already scored today, has Henning. Clark today, 2 for 2, and has reached base 4 times. All 4 times, I should say. 0-1 for Moncrief. Grounded to the shortstop side, will be close. Gonna be a long throw from Streisner in time. Out number 2, and advancing on the play is Henning. He now sits 90 feet away at third base. So a beautiful play on the part of Austin Streisner as he guns down Connor Clark and is retired for the first time tonight as Connor. It's a big out number 2. The positive, though, is that Victoria has the go-ahead run 90 feet away, and the dangerous TCL MVP candidate, Anthony Avalos, coming to the dish. Avalos has struggled in this series, to say the least. 2 for 10. Swing and a miss, strike 1 in the glove. He has had a hard time with Seguin's pitching staff, but with last night and tonight, they can put the Generals in front with 2 outs in the top of the 10th right here. Defense playing spread out. Good, decent hole, though, right up the middle of the infield. 0-1 for Moncrief. Line drive in right field. That will get through for a base hit. The Generals are in front, top 10. Anthony Avalos comes through once again. A massive, massive chance as Anthony Avalos once again comes through in the top of the 10th inning for your Generals. And Damian Whitfield will come to the dish, and the Generals once again retake the lead at 6-5. So Damian Whitfield will now come back to the dish. And what a moment for Anthony Avalos as he now collects his 21st run driven of the summer. Now sitting third in the category. Of course, his teammate Riley Bender leads the category. Whitfield takes the ball outside for ball one. Seguin will have 4, 5, 6 due up bottom 10. As that one's on the outside corner for strike one to Whitfield. Austin Streisner, Xavier Perez, and Xavier Arias will be due up bottom 10, with Ryder Hernandez representing as a ghost runner that would tie the game if he were to come around to score. 2-1 is the count here. Anthony Avalos, who has struggled in this series, collects his second hit of this ball game, his third of the series, all of which singles. He drives in what is now the go-ahead run as Whitfield calls timeout. The Generals pull off this win. It will be a 6th consecutive victory for Victoria and a 7th in their last 8. Seguin's losing streak would be extended to 5. Two-1 is a pickoff throw to Avalos. He gets back safely. Jackson Moncarud looks to try and at least finish the job. There's no one in Seguin's bullpen. David Irons was throwing, and he still remains at least up right now. As that one is going to be a close play. Over to second is not in time. Avalos collects his first stolen base of the night as he now out past Whitfield for his 28th of the summer, and he retakes the league lead in the category. And now sitting in scoring position in a 2-2 count. And Whitfield, if he possibly come through here, could give Victoria insurance. 3-1. He's now reiterating the count. The home plate umpire. 3-1 is the count here on Damian. If he reaches base, Cameron Nickens comes up as he's on deck. That is on the outside corner. Strike 2. Whitfield thought he had ball 4. He'll come back to the box as the payoff pitch awaits. Generals lead at 6-5 on the go-ahead RBI single here in the 10th by Anthony Avalos, who sits at second base after stealing second base. Jackson Moncarud's payoff pitch. High fly ball to right. This one's going back. Perez is near the warning track. That one's near the wall, and that one will one up the wall. Rounding third and coming home is Avalos. Whitfield rounds second. Will be a close play at third. The throw to third base is wide, but Whitfield will stay at third base. An RBI triple here in the top of the 10th, and Damian has made it a 2-run lead. It is 7-5, red and blue. Jackson Moncarud now comes back to the mound, and Cameron Nickens comes back to the dish. What an series of at-bats from the top 2 men in Victoria's order, as they now lead it 7-5. So again, as we mentioned, David Irons is projected to be on the mound for the bottom of the 10th. The Generals, in positive news for Seguin, they'll have the tying run at the plate, regardless if they score any more runs, bottom 10. With the ghost runner on bottom 10 as Cameron Nickens takes the ball low. An RBI triple to provide insurance for Damian Whitfield. For Whitfield this season, that is his first triple of the summer and his second in his TCL career. 1-0 is low. Jackson Moncarud, who had a great 1-2-3 ninth inning, collecting the first 2 outs of the bottom or the top, or collecting the first 2 outs of the top of the 10th. He's had the go-ahead run sitting 90 feet away. He now has let 2 runs come across the score as the 2-0 is fouled by Nickens, 2-1. As Avalos and Whitfield have now both collected RBIs. For Damian, it's just his 11th run driven in of the summer. As Avalos was able to come across to score. For Henning, it was his 2nd scored run of the night. For Avalos, it was his 1st of the night. So he now is going back to his numbers. Avalos now has 27 runs scored, still second in the league in the category. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Nickens. Once again, as we mentioned, 4, 5, 6 in the order for Seguin will be due up in Strassner, Perez, and Arias, with the ghost runner and Ryder Hernandez sitting at second base. Can the Gens get one more, possibly? The 2-2. Nickens swings and misses for strike 3. Moncarud shuts the door. But the damage is done for now. The Generals get 2 runs, top 10. Seguin will have the tying run coming bottom 10. Can they keep this game going or possibly end it? Or can the Generals shut the door? We'll come back for bottom 10 on the other side. Stay with us for this thriller here on TCL TV. Song we are playing right now, this game has been anything short of a classic here in Seguin as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning. David Irons, the new man on the mound for your Victoria Generals, as it will be 4, 5, 6 due up in Seguin's order. To face Irons, Ryder Hernandez, the 3-hole hitter for Seguin, will be representing as the ghost runner here in this bottom of the 10th. So Strassner, who leads things off, will represent as the tying run for Seguin. We go back full screen here for you just to give you the numbers so far on Irons. Of course, the left-hander, 5'11", 215, out of Galveston College, the Whitecap. 0-0 with a 2.75 ERA in 7 appearances, 16 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 3 walks on this summer for Irons, and 20 punch-outs. A great summer for the Galco Whitecap. Obviously finished the deal in his last outing on Saturday, this past Saturday against Lake Charles in the 13-5 win, where he pitched 2 innings and gave up just 1 run. And before a pitch is even thrown here, bottom 10, Dylan Flores will have a conversation with Irons. St. Edward's catcher with a conversation with the Galveston College left southpaw. Irons, the 4th different arm of the night for Victoria after the great relief outing for Ilan Balmaceda, as he was able to finish the deal after tying run given up in the 6th. He allowed that, but with 3 shutout relief innings in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Strassner, the tying run at the plate. A runner would make it a 1-run game as Hernandez at second base. First pitch is upstairs, ball 1. Mentioned Irons' backstory many times, how his great season at Galco, going 4-3. Was a part of the opening night crew here in Seguin back on May 30th. 1-0 is on the outside corner, strike 1. Strassner tonight, 0 for 3 with a walk, reached base back in the 5th. With his tag down, the fielder's choice to end the 5th. Hernandez with a decent lead off second base. 1-1 to Strassner, upstairs. Victoria bringing home 2 runs in the top of the 10th. Off a go-ahead RBI single with 2 outs by Anthony Avalos. And RBI triple from Damian Whitfield to bring home Avalos. The 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. River Monsters looking to extend this ball game and keep it going or possibly win it here in this 10th with 3 unanswered runs against the heavily reliable Irons, known as the Iron Man by Generals fans. 2-2. Swing and a miss on the outside fastball. Irons retires Strassner, 1 away. It was outside heat and Strassner took the bait. Now with 1 out coming, here comes Xavier Perez. He's already homered tonight. If he is able to get a second 2-run home run, we would be tied at 7. Perez already homering earlier today against Ryan Dugas, his former teammate against his former team. Can he exact more revenge here? First pitch upstairs, ball 1. His just 2nd game in a River Monster uniform. Perez bringing much needed power to a Stars team that very well needs it. And they provided that power tonight with 2 2-run bombs. 1-0 from Irons. Breaking ball in the outside corner, strike 1. Wide open hole on the right side of the infield. Very much a shift being played here on Perez. If he can reach over to the right side of the outfield, could bring home a run that would make it a 1-run game. 1-1. Trying to go in that direction, but he's late to the fastball. Ball and 2 strikes. 4 strikes away are the Generals from another narrow victory. A 3-2 victory last night and a 2-run lead here in extras tonight. They have 3 walk-off victories already this season in extras, and have also been walked off in extras this season. The 7-5. That one's fouled back. Still remains 1-2 to Perez. Xavier Arias sits on deck. Perez, besides the 2-run homer in the 3rd, also has reached base twice on a walk in the 1st and a single back in the 7th. So his full total would be 2 for 3 on the night. Irons on that center of the rubber. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Back-to-back Ks here. Bottom 10 from the Iron Man. And the Generals are 1 out away. And now coming up as a final hope for Seguin is Xavier Arias. Arias is 0 for 4 tonight with a ground out in the 1st, a pop out in the 3rd, and 2 flyouts in the 6th and 7th to center and right field. He represents as the tying run for Seguin. First pitch is upstairs, ball 1. Victoria on the doorstep of a 6th consecutive victory and a 7th in their last 8 tries. Seguin trying to avoid a 5th consecutive loss. Irons sitting on that center half of the rubber. The 1-0. Inside, called strike 1. The fastball command has been great for Irons in this 10th. Generals dugout all leaning over that bar, trying to wait for the final out to be recorded. 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. River Monsters down to their final strike. Arias trying to keep hope alive in this ballpark. Irons having them on the ropes. 1-2. Outside and just above the letters. Great eye on the part of Arias. He stays alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Seguin Monster crowd, and so do the Generals fans in this crowd, stand on the edge of their seat. The 2-2. High fly ball to right. Mark Henning is going after it. This ball could go foul, and it does. Henning was going full dive for it, but he ends up going just short of it as that one was just out of his reach. And we remain 2 balls and 2 strikes here for Arias. Sitting at second base is the ghost runner, is Ryder Hernandez. He has not moved. Off back-to-back strikeouts to begin this bottom of the 10th against Austin Strassner and Xavier Perez. Irons looking to claim his 2nd save of the summer. The Galco Whitecap Southpaw. Arias looking to keep Hove alive. Irons is 2-2. Upstairs, breaking ball couldn't break enough. Payoff pitch awaits. If Arias is able to reach base, Adam Peavy, who's reached base twice and has a run scored tonight, sits on deck. The payoff from Irons, running, is the go runner, and that is ball 4. So the ball game yet to end as Ryder Streisner advances to third. As he advances as a stolen base, so Hernandez will get credit for the stolen bag there. And Xavier Arias will get a credit on the walk, so it will be runners at the corners with 2 gone. An opportunity now here for the newcomer Adam Peavy in his first game in a River Monster uniform. The tying run sitting at first base. If he goes yard, Peavy, the game is over and Seguin wins. That ball is low for ball 1. Peavy, we've already mentioned his story numerous times tonight. Being the newcomer of this Stars squad, added to this roster late. The Houston, Texas native out of Texas Lutheran had 5 homers in the spring for TLU. The 1-0. Grounded over to the third base side. There to make the play is Diego Diaz to second base, and the ball game is over on the fielder's choice. Victoria claims a 6th consecutive victory. They are now 26-10 and claim an extra innings win today in thrilling fashion. 7-5 your final in 10 innings. David Irons gets the save. Victoria claiming the victory on 7 runs, as they were able to finish it off with 7 runs on 11 hits, no errors, and they leave 13 runners on base. Seguin able to finish the deal as they finish with 5 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors as well in the field, and have left 7 runners on base. Seguin now falls to 11-25 overall and 5-9 in the second half. Victoria, on the other hand, they are now 26-10 overall, and now are 10-3 in the second half. That is your final score. We will show you at least the standings one more time. You can see at least right here, that is where we stand. We'll update the standing screen for you now, as we haven't yet to update the game's back scenario, but we'll at least give you them figuratively now. But my goodness, Seguin falling into this one tonight, but more importantly, the Victoria Generals with another incredible victory. They've proven that they can win in so many different ways this summer, and they do so once again tonight, as they now extend their winning streak to 6, as Brazos Valley extends their one to 8, and once again, the Victoria Generals and Brazos Valley Bombers are clearly the 2 best teams in the second half, a combined 21-6 since the All-Star break, and everyone else has kind of fallen back as those 2 teams have gotten hot in the second half. Victoria pulling off the victory 7-5. The final, we mentioned the final score. The victor of this ball game is possibly even going to be David Irons, so he may get the victory and the save possibly, as he was able to get the win, as obviously he was the last pitcher to throw. Jackson Monkrud, unfortunately, he will be the one granted the loss as he was given up, as he gave up the 2 go-ahead runs in the top of the 10th inning from both Anthony Avalos and Damian Whitfield, 2 of those big 4 guys we highlighted at the start of this game. Well, that's going to do it for us here from Smokey Joe Williams Field. I want to thank the entire Seguin River Monsters organization, their incredible owners, Tommy and Christy Stevens, and everyone who made this possible to send our broadcast here 130 miles northwest of the Crossroads to bring you Generals baseball here on the road. We will be back at Riverside Stadium tomorrow and Friday for games 3 and 4 of this series. The Generals will look for a 7th consecutive victory tomorrow and try to extend their incredible record of 27-10 and 11-3 in the second half. But that is where we stand for now, and thanks to everyone who's made this broadcast possible. My name is Max Cepeda, signing off from Smokey Joe Williams. Once again, your final score, Victoria 7, Seguin 5 in 10 innings, as they win a thriller once again and clinch the 6th consecutive victory and are 10-3 in the second half, 26-10 overall. That's going to do it for us here from Seguin. We'll see you tomorrow back at Riverside